Okay, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Planning Commission on Wednesday, February 22nd. Can you please call the roll?
Chair Suma,
Present?
Vice Chair Chang,
Here.
Commissioner Heckman.
Here.
Commissioner Rectal,
Here.
Commissioner Rupavar,
Present.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And Ms. French, do you need to read the instructions?
Yes.
Okay.
Pursuant to AB 361, this meeting will be held with the option to attend by teleconference or in person. Members of the public may provide live public comment by submitting a speaker card prior to the start of public comment on that agenda during the oral communications portion of the meeting. Spoken comments via computer or smartphone will be accepted through the Zoom app. To address the commission, go to zoom.us/join. Meeting ID is 916-4155-9499. When you wish to speak, click on raise hand. To offer comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 916-4155-9499. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so we know that you wish to speak.
Thank you for that. And now we'll go to public comment, and that's for any members of the public that would like to comment on items that are not on our agenda. Do we have any speakers?
No, we have no public comment.
No speakers? Okay, then we'll move on to agenda changes, additions and deletions.
No changes for this evening.
Okay, then I guess we will go to the city official reports.
Good evening, Amy French, Chief Planning Official. Looking forward to the next meeting, talking about that just so we can talk about our schedules. We do have a couple of items for the meeting of the 8th for the Planning and Transportation Commission, but I am looking at potentially taking a break for spring break on the 29th of March, and our item seem to be on the 8th and the April 12th. So if it's not a bother for anyone on this commission to take a break, that's something we're looking at now. If there are items that come up, I can have a substitute liaison for that meeting. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other city reports?
I will check into, I was going to look and see who the rep is for, I think we didn't have any council items that needed representation from the Planning and Transportation Commission in February, but I will look ahead to March. I will look ahead to March and figure out if there might be some items that we would want to have representation and reach out to that rep from the Planning and Transportation Commission. And
Okay.
then I don't know, is Raphael in the audience? Okay. We don't have a rep from Office of Transportation for tonight.
We do not have someone? Okay. All right, thank you for that. And we will move on to we don't have a study session, so we will move on to our first action item, which I am going to step out of the room for because I must recuse because I live within 500 feet of the applicant site. So I will be turning it over to Vice Chair, the meeting over to Vice Chair Chang, and I will leave. So thank you.
Okay, great. So we'll start with the staff report then on this item.
Thank you. Yes, this was a continuation from the previously advertised meeting, and to this date certain, I'll turn it over to Emily. Yes. Yeah, we need disclosures from the commissioners. We didn't do that last.
Thank you for reminding me. So do any commissioners have disclosures regarding the item for 2147 Yale? And I can start by saying I did visit, I went to go look at the property in question from the sidewalk. Anybody else?
Yeah. I did a drive-by, but I haven't talked to anyone else.
And then Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, I had a brief conversation with the attorney for the applicant here, Mr. Hanna, whom on the Crescent Park Neighborhood Association Board together for many years. So we had a brief discussion really about the legal issues that are provided in their material and the points provided in the staff report.
Okay. Is
No
there-
disclosures for me.
None for me.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so are there any concerns with any of those disclosures? No, okay. Then we'll start with the staff report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Emily Foley and I am the project planner. And this is the staff presentation for this item. If I can get it full screen, there we go. So the item before us this evening is an application for preliminary parcel map with exceptions at 2147 and 2149 Yale Street. The project request is a 2-lot subdivision of an existing 5,770 square foot parcel in the multifamily zoning district with neighborhood preservation overlay. This application requires an exception to allow lots smaller than the minimum size of 5,000 square feet, as well as lots shorter than the minimum depth of 100 square feet. And it creates non-conforming setbacks and floor area for the 2 existing houses on the lot. For background, this parcel is in the College Terrace neighborhood, and this is an image of the original tract map from 1891. At this time, the lots had been established as underlying lots that are 25 feet by 115 feet along this block. However, because these lots were never separately conveyed, the 2 lots in question identified as lots 1 and 2 of block 48 of this map. Because they were never separately conveyed, they are not legally recognized as 2 separate lots. In 2007, the 2 existing houses were constructed. The existing configuration is 2 detached single-family houses with attached garages and a shared uncovered parking space. The RMD zoning district specifically allows for 2-family use under 1 ownership, which this fit under when it was going through the application process and is the current use today. The project overview that this application is applying for is a proposed subdivision to subdivide the property into 2 lots. Proposed lot 1, which is 2147 Yale Street, would under this configuration be 57.53 feet wide and 50 feet deep, as well as 2,885 square feet. Proposed lot 2 would also be about 50 feet wide and about 57 feet deep and 2,885 square feet. In attachment B, where it is listing the zoning conformance for the 2 lots, the titles of the columns are flipped. So it says lot 1 where it should say lot 2. However, the information in each column is consistent for the lots. The key considerations for the commission this evening is that we are recommending project denial because the lot sizes proposed are substantially smaller than the minimum allowed. It would create non-conforming setbacks and floor area, and it does meet the findings for a subdivision, which if met require a project to be denied, specifically finding number 3, and it does not meet the findings for an exception, which they are required to meet in order to be approved, specifically findings 1, 2, and 4. And as I stated previously, staff recommend denial of the proposed project to the city council based on these findings. And the applicant and representative are here to make their presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any quick questions for staff, or if you feel comfortable holding them until after the applicant speaks, then we'll do that. If you do have questions that you think would be timely at this point, though. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, let's hear from the applicant, please.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chairman Chang and members of the commission. My name is John Hanna, the firm of Hanna and Van Atta. I'm here representing Catherine Gelman and Firth Griffith, who are the owners of these two properties. I want to call your attention back to the College Terrace map, which is the origin of this whole issue. You'll see on there where the two lots are shown in yellow. It's kind of hard to see, but those are the two lots that are on that map. We're on the map when it was recorded. There's never been anything else recorded. And their legal description remains today, parcels 1 and 2. The problem is that we have two owners now who hold title as tenants in common. They're two separate houses, two separate structures, separate garages, everything is separate, but they hold title as tenants in common. And why? Well, the owner of the property back in 2007 applied for and received approval to build a duplex. So what did he do? He didn't build a duplex. He built two separate homes. And in so doing, he ignored the existing recorded lot lines on the subdivision map. And instead of building the homes on the two lots with the dividing line between them, he built them with the boundary line between the lots running right through the middle of both houses. The duplex was allowed at that time because they'd changed the zoning from what was originally an R1 residential subdivision, and they put in the RM zone so they could increase density, allow opportunity for more housing and so forth. But essentially, College Terrace was developed originally and is largely remains today a single-family residential subdivision. Now, the staff has described this as a proposal to divide an existing lot into two lots. And that's a bit misleading because there's not one lot there. Any record that you look at, a title insurance policy, any deed is going to describe parcels or lots 1 and 2. So, and they've continued to be described that way. When I had a discussion about this with the city attorney, Albert Yang, we talked about this. And I said, you know, we ought to try a lot line adjustment here. It'd be a simple way to do it. And he said, yeah, it would be a simple way to do it, but there's one problem, and that is that your map was recorded so long ago that we can't recognize those lots as legal lots. Well, by allowing what happened to happen, I think you overlooked a very simple way of solving the problem that now exists. And that was the state subdivision map act provision. Now, you know, as well as I do, that subdivisions are very complex. The procedure is very complex. You file a map, it gets reviewed by staff. They check the lot sizes, the dimensions, they review your grading plan. You have to provide for sewer, for utilities, for streets, for paving. You have to put up a bond. And then you get your map recorded. So it's quite an involved process. The legislature said, well, there are certain cases where we ought to simplify that. So they adopted this Government Code Section 66412, which was intended to have a simple procedure. And they said that a lot line adjustment can be made between lots, provided you're starting with 4 or fewer lots of adjoining parcels, and you don't end up with any more lots than you had to begin with. And if that's the case, it says then the local agency shall limit its review and approval to determination of whether or not the parcels resulting from the lot line adjustment will conform to the general plan and applicable special plan, zoning, and building ordinances. And the advisory agency shall not impose any conditions or exactions except to conform to local general plan and so forth. So the law is fairly simple, it's fairly straightforward. Now, but what's wrong? Well, the city attorney will tell you that a California court some 22 years ago said that a lot described on a parcel map, which was recorded before the State Subdivision Map Act was recorded, would not be considered a legal lot for purposes of this section. Now, why did they say this? Well, you have to look at the case that they had before them. And here, this is like, sorry to get into the legal issues here, but we've got lawyers on the panel. They were looking at a map which was simply a grid system laid on 1,000 acres of open space. That was the map they were looking at. There was no subdivision, nothing was built. They're just looking at this recorded piece of paper. No dimensions, nothing for grading, nothing for sewers, nothing. And so they said, we can't allow a lot on that map to be considered under this lot line adjustment. So but rather than go into a lot of detail and say, well, here's what you would have to have in order to be considered a legal lot, they said, well, let's simplify this and we'll just say that if the lot was recorded on a map that was recorded after the Subdivision Map Act, then we'll say it's okay. Why? Because under the Subdivision Map Act, you have a myriad of all these procedural requirements that are all contained within the statute. So it has to have all these things in it that I've talked about here. So the city attorney will advise you that lots 1 and 2 can't be considered parcels because of this case. Now, he's just doing his job here, which is advising you that, well, okay, here's the statute, but here's this case out here that interpreted it this way. But I appeal to you to consider the differences. Courts interpret and apply statutes differently depending upon the circumstances of the case. we're told that you can't rely on the College Terrace map because it's so old. But we're not dealing with lots on a grid system on a paper map. These lots are there. The subdivision is there. The streets are in, they're public, the sewers are in, the utilities are in, and they've been there for 100 years. So to say, well, we can't rely on that map because of the date it was recorded, because of that case, doesn't make any sense. Because of the difference in circumstances. So I guess what I'm saying is that this is my opinion. If this same case, if this case were to come before any court today with these facts based on this College Terrace map, there's any question in my mind how the court would rule. They would say, this is different. This is not a 1,000-acre map on open space where nothing has been done. This is different. There's a subdivision that's been here for 100 years, and you can rely on the fact that these, in fact, are lots which are described legally as lots 1 and 2. So, you know, the attorneys among you know that stare decisis is important and precedent should be followed. But you can look at almost any case, an important case, and find that it at some point has been distinguished because of different facts, and different ruling is made based on the same statute. So that's what we're dealing with here. Now, the staff has made some findings that the lots, the 2 lots that we propose would be consistent with the policies of the general plan. The site is compliant with the zoning. The design of the subdivision will not cause environmental damage or injure fish or wildlife or other habitats. It's not likely to cause serious public health problems. And there's no finding that it would conflict with public easements, or that it would violate the goals and policies and spirit of the law. Now, all of these findings are contained within the staff report. And the nonconformities which exist, they're already there. These are like, there are hundreds of other lots in Palo Alto that are grandfathered in as non-conforming lots. So all you would be doing here is taking 2 non-conforming lots that are grandfathered in and changing the boundary line between them to where it ought to be, where it should have been moved to when they agreed to build these 2 separate homes. So if we can look at the number 2 again, I guess, number 3, sorry. You can see there that, you know, these are obviously 2 separate homes. Go to the next one. You can look at them from the street. They're 2 separate homes, each have their own garage, and they each have their own parking place, and a third place in the center that they can share. And if a lot line adjustment were approved, there would be an easement that would be created between them. And I should say that when I talked to the city attorney about this, about the lot line adjustment, and we discussed that this was before I had gone back and looked at the case upon which the facts of the case upon which this decision was made, that you had to have a map that was recorded after Subdivision Map Act. Why, he said that he thought that our chances of getting approval would be improved. He didn't say we'd get it, but he said he thought we'd have a better shot if we filed a parcel map with exceptions. than if we ask for a lot line adjustment, principally because of this ruling in this case that I've discussed. So we'll go to the next one. So here is the proposed tentative map. And if you go to the next one, here is the proposed site plan. And you see, it's so obvious, it makes such common sense to do it this way. It should have been done this way back in 2007. And somebody, more than one person, was obviously asleep at the switch and allowed this to happen. So I will say this, that whether the city decides to do a lot line adjustment or to do a parcel map with exceptions, is there anybody who is going to tell the city that you can't do that? I don't think so. I don't think so. City has control over its own mapping procedures. And I don't think there's anybody who can tell the city that if you correct this, what is an obvious mistake, that you're doing something illegal or something beyond your powers to do. So I guess we're asking you to please do the right thing here. Either move the lot line or approve a parcel map with exceptions so that these two folks can each have their own home instead of owning half of each other's homes. So that if one of them wants to change the bathroom fixtures or decide whether they're going to plant roses or petunias, they don't
Mr.
have to have
Hannah,
a meeting.
If you could just wrap up quickly.
Okay, so that's it. I would ask you to really consider this and please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, before we take public comment on this item, does a commissioner have questions?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question for staff. So I'm reading point number 4 on packet page 18. Can you explain why approving the changes here would endanger Palo Alto's housing vision?
So what we included in that finding is that because the RMD zoning district specifically allows for the 2-family use under one ownership. We were saying that if it
Are you reading from the staff report?
Yeah.
Oh.
So what we have is that it would potentially set a precedent for other RMD zone properties. And if it becomes I think this was potentially in response to the applicant's letter that was implying that having the tenancy in common arrangement wasn't something that the city should support, whereas it isn't necessarily something that the city would be involved.
I'm not sure if that's what it looks like to me. It looks like the four things, the findings that you had on your slide, the one that it doesn't meet. Is that right? Or am I out of order on which the exceptions are?
So if I may, so you're looking at the exception finding 4 as opposed to the preliminary parcel map finding, is that right?
Yeah, does that line up with the slide you showed earlier about the one area that this application, I'm trying to understand the city's objection because it's not clear.
So it doesn't meet this finding because it creates a violation of the zoning code for required setbacks and floor area. So in this case, the setbacks are slightly smaller than what would otherwise be required. The floor area is slightly larger than what would otherwise be allowed. And
But the property's already been
use-
built, correct?
Yes.
So
And okay.
I guess I don't understand. All of those exceptions have already been granted. The property has been built.
Because when the property is looked at as a whole, the numbers shift slightly, 50% of the property is slightly different than 50% of the individual.
So I'm gonna try and do a demo here so I can try and understand it better. So
Mhm.
when my kids are in school, they have a piece of paper, they fold it this way, they call it hot dog. They fold it this way, they call it hamburger, right? It's still the same piece of paper. So we're talking about the same parcel or two parcels. And instead of folding it like this, we're gonna fold it like this. The structure's the same, they've already been built, already been approved. So what is in order for us to be able to decide on, to make a recommendation on this, we need to understand the city's objection. And so far, the objections sound very theoretical because the property's already been built. So can you help us tease that nuance out, please?
So although the project's already built, it was built to the specifications of looking at the property as one single lot. And when you do divide it into two, it changes specifically for the setbacks. The street side setback along Yale Street is 16 feet, whereas the front property line setback is required to be 20 feet, and that's always for the narrower side. And so, but it's also for whichever one has the frontage. So
Did the city make a mistake approving this building the way
No.
it is?
no.
The
Can you
city
help
did
us
not.
understand- Help us understand. 'Cause
Yes.
It's not
okay.
making any
And
sense.
if I was asleep at the wheel, I approved this report as it went.
Then you're the right person to help us
Yeah,
understand. Thank you, Ms. French.
Vasudevan was at the time that it was one lot with a duplex construction, which in the RMD, which is 2-unit multiple family residential district, was the kind of development that was being sought in the RMD.
But
not-
this is not a duplex. It's two freestanding homes.
Well, it's 2 units on a property, which counts as,
Detached.
yes, but under the same ownership. When it came through, that's what it was approved as, under the same ownership with 2 units on one property. So that is considered 2 units on one property that follows the RMD district. So it was not approved in error.
So it's completely compliant in all other ways except where the lot line is. Is that right?
Well, the lot line was not recognized as a legal lot based on.
Was that a mistake or was that?
No, that was not a mistake.
So why does the deed say to this? I know it's super technical
Yeah.
and I'm not trying to be,
It was the
difficult, I just wanna understand
1800s.
it,
It was
yeah.
the 1800s.
but it's on the
and-
deed.
Right.
So it's the underlying lot line. The legal parcel description describes it. The description has to be based on something that can be referenced. And so what was referenced was the original map for College Terrace. However, that's where the lot conveyance becomes relevant because although the description of this lot, the description of this one lot is lots 1 and 2 from the book of College Terrace's original subdivision. That is not, it's still one lot.
But it was included in your presentation. So do we dispute that map or no? Does the city dispute that map or no?
the original subdivision from the 1800s was presented in the slide for the understanding of the commission, that that's where things started back in the day before the Subdivision Map Act. Yes, that's,
But you don't dispute those lines exist and are part of the description of the property?
we have considered that one site for development under the RMD zoning district.
Okay,
So-
thank you for answering my questions. Just for the applicant and the staff to know, I'll be taking the remainder of this meeting by Zoom. Thank you.
Would you like to hear from the applicant? Yes. Please go
Um,
ahead.
The, we had the comment that the city has considered this to be one lot. Well, you can't create a lot just by saying, well, that's a lot. If there are two recorded lots on a map, you can't just say, well, as far as we're concerned, it's one lot. It doesn't work that way. And the other thing I want to point out is that in the staff report on page 2, it says the subject property is the only one within Palo Alto's RMD zoning districts with TC ownership and 2 single-family homes. So it's not as if approving this is going to release some monster that's going to destroy the zoning or whatever. It's a one-shot deal, one of a kind. Something that
Mr. Hannah, could you just limit your comments to answer Commissioner Templeton's question? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, can we hear from our city attorney?
Good evening. My name is Tim Shimizu. I'm an assistant city attorney filling in for Mr. Yang. And just to clarify what's underlying the city's position that this is one lot, is that as Ms. Foley referenced, the recorded documents refer to, then do indeed refer to this as lot 1. It does that because of the original College Terrace map, the historical one from the 1800s. It similarly identifies some akin to that, right? Those lines. And so over time, the problem with that is that the Supreme Court of California has recognized that simply the presence of those maps, even if they're recorded back in the 19th century, don't by themselves create legally recognized lots. They're literally just lines on a piece of paper until or unless the lots have been separately conveyed prior to the MAP Act or its predecessors. So if the applicant can show that at one time in history, lot 1 and 2 were conveyed separately, the city would have to recognize those as legally separate lots, notwithstanding any other requirement with the Subdivision Map Act. But as we've asked for that, we have not received that. And therefore, we are in this position where now we have to comply with the provisions of the Subdivision Map Act. And that's why we're in this position that the applicant has now submitted this application for, that's before you. And just to be clear, the issue of doing a lot line adjustment is not before this body, is that right? And as the applicant referred to, that would be a separate framework. There is a framework for how that's get analyzed, but that is not something that the city usually has the PTC do. That's a ministerial decision that usually is held at the public works staff level.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, Mr. Shimizu, you're saying that we should go through the process of looking at these findings and making the findings or not making the findings and proceeding accordingly.
Yes.
And okay.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. So is the lot developed with 2 single-family homes as described in the packet or as a duplex?
I guess I'm wondering,
So when a development is proposed, and in this case, the development was proposed around 2007, the use is categorized into a use that is allowed by the zoning code. And so in this case, the zoning code allows two-family use, and we have not historically required those two family units to be attached. So whether they're attached or detached, there's two units on the property and it's considered two-family use.
Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman.
And I'll be dialed in as soon as I'm out of the garage.
Great. So yes, just in case we couldn't hear that, Commissioner Templeton will be joining us by telephone so that she can continue to vote. She'll hear the discussion. All right, Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, so, and we're just asking questions. We haven't had public comment
Right.
yet. So, question for staff on the, I do think there's a little, I think it's tangential, but maybe we could clear this up. In the applicant's documents, they refer to this 2007 application that resulted in the structures that are there today as being an application for a duplex. Right, but that's the, it's in their correspondence. They give it a title of duplex. But what I'm wondering is, normally we think of a duplex as 2 units attached with a common wall, right? But I think what our staff is saying is that that's not necessarily so. Or is that right? That you can have 2 units on one parcel that are considered a duplex.
It's a two-family use, and the way it was described in the approval letter, which I'm looking at in front of me, is, the project site is 5,700 in size, and it's for the construction of 2 multi-level dwelling units with basements. So, they're 2 separate dwelling units,
Right.
but they're 2 family on one property.
Okay, and I understand how the zoning works and how
Yeah.
this structure is consistent. I think what was confusing me and maybe other commissioners was, again, reading in that maybe the approval was for something that was labeled back in 2007 a duplex, and this doesn't look like a duplex. It looks like 2 separate units. But in fact, what was approved was 2
Yes.
detached
Yes.
living units. Okay, so that was the only question I had. I'll have comments once we close the public hearing.
Commissioner Rectal.
Yeah, I want to go back to the whole lot line issue. The lot line that we see there has no legal meaning in Palo Alto. When a parcel is made up of multiple lots, like they are quite a few parcels in College Terrace are constructed with multiple lots. Do those historical lot lines have any legal significance in Palo Alto?
so they do only if those, back in that map that was from 1890s or before, they only have significance in terms of creating legally separate lots if someone can prove that those lots were then actually conveyed separately. But to the extent that adjoining lots, as they were drawn on the map, stayed together in common ownership, throughout history, as we think that these 2 have, the law says, including the Supreme Court says, is that they're not otherwise legally distinct.
So the fact that this one parcel is made up of 2 separate lots is meaningless.
Well, the law doesn't recognize them as 2 distinct lots. It says they remain as one because they've always been treated as one, and because they've never been sold apart, and we're assuming that's true, that they are still one unit.
Okay, thank you.
So I have
One more question.
Well, and at least to the point of, and this is this whole framework is basically an exception to the Subdivision Map Act regular requirements for creating a new, a subdivision. So it's not like these, people have no option, at this point. But if they want to avail themselves of this exception, they have to be able to show that the lots were separately conveyed at one time.
We quite often use the term lot and parcel interchangeable. Are they different legally?
So in this sense, no, they're legally, they're whether you call them a lot or a parcel, they're not distinct units.
Okay, but so if I say lot, for example, the applicant quoted like 6612 Lot Line Adjustment Act, some legal,
What page?
this was in the verbal comments.
Okay.
So the lot, when we talk about lot line adjustments, what we're really saying is parcel line adjustments?
Well, a parcel is, my understanding is, parcel numbers are basically for tax purposes generated at the county. So when we talk about a parcel of land, I guess that's something that's equivalent to a lot. But
Well, yeah, so just to clarify, a lot line adjustment already assumes that there are two or more legal, distinct, recognized pieces of land, whether you call them a parcel or a lot, whatever you call it. And that procedure doesn't, at least the city's position is that that procedure doesn't apply in this case because there is only one unit of land. While the intention in 1890 may have been to create more than one, the fact that they've always been kept together, conveyed together, and never been conveyed separately means that they can't avail themselves of this exception to the Subdivision Map Act.
Okay, and so any lot line facilitation does not apply to this because that line that we see down the center of that parcel is meaningless from Palo Alto's standpoint.
That's correct.
Okay,
And that's not just Palo Alto, that's the whole state law. That's state law we're following, not just Palo Alto's rules.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we've got a Commissioner Reepover.
Thank you. Yeah, I had the same confusion around the lot line and the hamburger and hot dog demo. I think I understand it. You're saying there is not even any lot line on this parcel. There's no lot line. It's just a single lot is what your perspective is.
So the position under the city's position is that it's literally just a line that someone drew in 1890 and put on this map. And had they wanted to effectuate that over time, they would have had to convey these pieces of land separately. But
Right.
no one's ever done that. So
Right, it was common ownership. So based on that, you're saying it was, so let me ask you this though. So from 1890 until 2000, when the Supreme Court case came out, they would have been recognized as separate lots because even in their deed, they're listed as separate lots with separate parcel numbers, APN numbers, whatnot. Is that accurate? So pre-2000, 1890 to 2000, they would have been recognized. It's only because of this Supreme Court decision that we now no longer recognize the separate lots. Is that accurate?
no. Upon the introduction of the MAP Act over time and its predecessors, and in addition to courts dealing with cases similar to what the Supreme Court dealt with in 2003 in the Gardner case, that's the one I keep referring to. What's become clear is that parcels, either to get a legal status, a piece of land either has to comply with the MAP Act or its predecessors, or if there was no law at that time, such as in the 1890s, it has to, and if people want to avail themselves of this exception, you have to be able to show separate conveyance. So the 2003 case confirmed what the state of the law was. It didn't just wholesale change. It didn't create this rule out of nothing.
So I guess what is confusing me is it feels like that there was, and tell me where I'm like misunderstanding, there was this lot per the 1890 map, they built, understood there to be 2 lots, et cetera. All of a sudden, like the homes are built, everything is gravy, and the law changes, and all of a sudden they lose their rights that they previously were relying on and expected. It just feels a little bit like, I don't want to say a taking, but like, what am I missing here? Is that what happened? Or no, this was like plain, nothing existed, and it's akin to the Supreme Court case where it was just empty lot of land, and then these laws are subsequently coming into play.
So the lot has always been one lot in the sense that prior to when there were 2 houses here, there was a single family house that actually straddled the underlying lot line as well. And so at that time, like we have other rules that prevent having structures from crossing property lines. And so that was, it had already been being treated as one lot prior to the current development as well.
And then the deed, when it references the property, it says lot 1 and lot 2. Like how does the actual deed read? Can you refresh my memory? Does that conform with this vision of lot line? Like the recordings and everything like that?
So the legal description that was included in the title report, I'll need a second to pull that up. It was included on one of the packet pages.
It's on old packet page 34.
24 or 34?
34 in the old packet, but in the new packet, it's
Yeah,
24
packet
also.
page 32.
Oh.
And so this is the legal description of the property, which has APN 137-01-038, which identifies this property as lots 1 and 2 of the map of all of College Terrace that we've been referencing.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions right now.
Okay. I think if commissioners don't have other questions right now, we'll take public comment. Who are our public commenters? Ms. Dow?
We have one in-person public speaker, Priya. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Priya Graves. I live at 2130 Yale, so I'm across the street and a little bit to the north. Given this long discussion about lot lines, most of the properties in College Terrace, or many of them, have multiple lot lines underneath them because the whole area was subdivided or was parceled out by the folks in 1890 in these little tiny lots. That's why College Terrace has a number of very small units as well as a number of larger homes. But the larger homes are almost always on 2 or even 3 original lots. And they have no current meaning, really. I ask you to support staff's recommendation to deny this. I understand that the TIC is a difficult situation for the current owners. I understand their desire to be rid of it. But as staff has pointed out, doing a subdivision would create a lot of exceptions and problems. And I see this as a potential slippery slope as a precedent for other subdivision applications, both in RMD and other places. Even folks with ADUs in their back gardens who decide they want to get rid of it and sell it separately. This could be pointed to if you grant this, since there's no real, I don't see that there's a real justification for it. You're going to create two lots that have excess square footage, underparked, insufficient setbacks, insufficient lot size, completely violating the RMD NP zoning, which has kept College Terrace as it is, a very eclectic and wonderful mixed neighborhood. This is not the only two dwelling on a single lot under single ownership in the neighborhood. There are others. So this is not all that unusual. And I think the idea of starting down that slope of allowing subdivisions under that circumstance is very, very risky. I also see that it could potentially lead to problems for these owners or future owners when they want to make modifications to the house or even possibly repairs that they might or might not be allowed to do so because of the fact that it is so non-compliant. I think that it's much better to leave it compliant as it is. I understand that tenant in common is an uncomfortable situation, but I think there's got to be a better solution to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So I think now we have time for a rebuttal. Is that correct? Is that the process that we follow from the applicant? No, there's nobody online. Is that correct? Okay, so at this time we can have the applicant's rebuttal and they have 3 minutes.
Well, I'd like to correct one thing that the last speaker said, and from the staff report, this is the only one. Staff says that in its report, and I quoted that to you earlier. There isn't any other situation like this. So it's not like we're going down some slippery slope. And to tell you the truth, I think that the legislature is probably going to recognize that they left a loophole with SB 9 when they limit it to a R1. I expect that probably the next legislature, they'll broaden it and include RM. So it's not something we can control, but you can certainly write here what is a difficult situation that these folks did not create, and the folks that allowed this to happen perhaps thought they were playing by the book and doing the right thing. But when you look back on it, it was not a good decision. It's so obvious from the way this is built that it cries out to be two separate ownerships, not, so you don't have to have a family meeting anytime you want to do anything where you own half of someone else's house and they own half of yours. It's just an untenable situation. And it certainly has an economic effect on it. Ask an average home buyer who's going to buy into a tenancy in common as opposed to buying their own single family home where they don't have to sit down with their neighbor to discuss anytime they want to do anything. So it's something that I think the city has the authority to correct, to make right. And I think that despite these the Supreme Court decision that was referred to, I've told you what it was based upon and the considerations that it was based upon, which simply do not apply here and would not have applied had they been looking at a completed subdivision that has been there for 100 years. The decision would have been quite a bit different. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanna. All right, so the hearing's now closed for comments from the applicant and from the public, unless we ask them questions. All right, commissioners, does anybody have any comments right now? Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. And Vice Chair, I've got a lot of comments, so you can cut me off in 5 minutes and I'll save more for later if I don't
Sounds
do it
good.
myself. So I have seen this situation many times in my work, and with these underlying lots, and it's in some ways counterintuitive, and it's difficult to grasp unless until you've been trained on it. And here I think it's in a sense distracting us because what's in front of us is a parcel map proposal. And the base question is we've got this land, it's got a couple structures on it. Do we want to draw a line between it? And to do that, we need to deal with the exceptions that are being requested, which are, pretty well laid out in the attachment B zoning comparison table, at least a number of them that shows you where it's non-conforming. But I do want to, and maybe I'll just, in this first group of comments, just kind of talk about this confusion and one lot or two lots. And the reason it's confusing for people that don't have the training is, we've seen a map that was approved by the government back in 1891, and it shows all of these little lines getting carved up. If we look at today's assessor's parcel map, and I don't know if you have, I don't know if that's part of your deck that you can pull up to the APN map. If you don't have it, that's fine. But
yeah, I mean, the reason why we do not is because the APNs from the county have typically not been used to define legal lots since they're only used for tax purposes.
I agree. But sometimes even those maps will show, so this parcel only has one parcel number, right? But sometimes those maps actually even show the underlying lot. Even though there's only one APN, it'll show that phantom line from the 1891 map. So we have these government maps, government approved maps that look like there are two lots. And then we have this legal description in the deed that says lot 1 and lot 2. How can that not be two pieces of land? But the answer is, as our assistant city attorney has responded, it's not two because our state Supreme Court said so. And what they said is that maps recorded prior to 1893, and this is one of the cases, says if it's a map recorded before 1893, unless sometime after 1893, the pieces that you have were broken up and then put back together, broken up meaning owned by different people and then put back together. If they always stay together, then they're together today. And notwithstanding that it's lot 1 and lot 2, it's just one lot. It's one parcel. And I was trying to think of an analogy that would be to get us away from the lot 1, lot 2. And here's the best thing I could think of. This is the agenda. This is today's agenda, right? It's one agenda. Now it's true there's a left half and a right half, but it's just one agenda. And it stays one agenda unless I tear it in half and hand vice chair. Right now I have separated these parts, right? Now I can take it back and tape it and it's gonna be one agenda again. Well, so that didn't happen with these lots as far as we know, right? Apparently, staff asked for that information. It always traveled together as one chunk of land, 50 feet wide by 115 feet long. That was true back in 1891. It was true whenever it got broken off from what was next to it. A lot, and it looks like 580 College Avenue is probably comprised of lots 3 and 4, I would think, without looking, right? And so that's how that got broken off. And so now it's moved forward, treated as this one chunk of land. It had a house on it that sat on top of the lot line. Then when that got torn down, sat on top of, I'm going to call it the ghost line from 1891. When that got torn down and these two detached duplex got built, those were built right on top of that ghost line. And so it's always acted that way. So again, it doesn't mean we can't approve this parcel map that's been presented to us. We just have to study the ramifications of doing that. But what it does mean is that, and it's not on our agenda, so we couldn't consider it anyway, but you can only use a lot line adjustment, as our assistant city attorney said, when you start with two legal parcels. When you have two legal recognized parcels, so in this situation, if 1 and 2 had ever been separately conveyed, put back together, now you could do a lot line adjustment. But because they weren't, you don't have the fundamental premise to do a lot line adjustment. And so that's why I think that our Assistant City Attorney Yang really gave the correct advice. We can't approve a lot line adjustment because you don't have two lots. You got some chance of an approval if you try a parcel map. And so, that's where we are. So when, I'm going to yield the floor now and I'll come back and talk about what I think about the parcel map.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Heckman. So I wanted to jump in right now and suggest that we do look at those findings that we need to make or not make. And so as I look at the preliminary parcel map findings, and I'm still using the old packet from last week because that's what I have tabbed, but it's attachment C. Old packet page 26 and new packet page 16. And for the preliminary parcel map findings, I agreed with staff's analysis with the exception of, I disagreed for the third preliminary parcel map finding where it says that the site is not physically suitable for the type of development because no development is happening here. The development's already happened. And so I don't think that there is no development. So I have no problem actually with any of the preliminary parcel map. I don't have any problem with any of the findings, 1 through 7. So then for me, I move on to the exception findings, and that's where I start. I'd like some more information. So regarding the first finding, and for these exception findings, we have to make all 4 findings in order to be able to execute on the subdivision. So the first finding on packet page 17, it says that there are special circumstances or conditions affecting the property. And this is where it does sound like, to me at least, that the TIC is it's a special circumstance. When staff said that it was the only TIC in RMD, how do we know that?
I would say that's anecdotal, being that I've been here a couple of decades and I have never heard of one of these. I know they're popular on the East Coast, but it's the only one I'm aware of.
Right.
That doesn't mean there aren't any out there.
Okay. And then I also saw, thank you. I also saw in the applicant's letter that essentially that there's no one willing to finance TIC type sales of TICs except up in San Francisco. So to me, it seems like that this is a special condition affecting the property. And then that rolls right into the second exception finding, which is the exception is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right of the petitioner. So I guess my question, and I should have probably asked this earlier of the applicant, is the current applicants bought the property in its current, as a TIC. Is that correct? And I could appreciate it if the applicant could answer the question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, my wife bought the property while I was abroad, and Santa Clara County told her she would only be subject to TIC for several quarters because they would not accept 2 people from Palo Alto signing checks depending on who was at home.
Huh.
They said that the city of Palo Alto would not continue this TIC agreement also. And I think your situation a little different.
It's a little different. So I purchased the home in May 2011. It's about 6 weeks before my neighbors did. And Ken De Leon had represented me. And my original, the TIC that I signed was with 12 investors, which was very unusual. And then when Firth and Shali bought it, there was another TIC that
by an attorney in San Francisco. It lists San Francisco, not Palo Alto. It was all very, very confusing. Not sure if that answered your
Yeah,
question.
thank you.
but it was-
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So it sounds like this is, I mean, to me at least, it sounds like it's a unique situation. I guess for my question to staff is, if we were to say, oh, this TIC is an unusual situation, is there anything to prevent every single homeowner or every single property owner in RMD and College Terrace to then create TICs and then say, oh, now I have a unique situation? So that's what I wanted to ask. And does City of Palo Alto have any control over that at all?
I mean, this could be citywide, single family homes as well. I don't know. I mean, tenancy in common is not something the city regulates, right? Because
So the ownership structure of any given parcel is not something that the city regulates. And that's why we did not consider that to be a special condition of the property, since we would just be looking at development standards and.
So I'm confused about that statement that the ownership structure is not something that we regulate, because RMD specifically says it's supposed to allow for multiple dwellings under the ownership, under single ownership. So this is two dwellings under the ownership of two parties.
well, it's a single owner as far as the, I mean, a tenancy in common is a single ownership. It's like, kind of like a trust or something, right? Where
Right.
two parties are part of the tenancy in common. I'm not a lawyer.
The tenancy in common was not a condition or requirement for the two units being built. That was determined, by the developer when they became ready to sell it.
Okay, but if I think about the spirit of the law for RMD, I don't think that, I wasn't there, but I don't think the intention was that, oh, we could then have tenancy in common of, all of these parcels executed in exactly this way. So for example, we don't want people building an ADU and then selling that ADU to somebody else. And that's essentially what these developers figured out a way to do. Is that?
I think where there wasn't any monitoring by the city, what came in through the, architecture review process for a 2-unit development was a single ownership. So the city did not take part in anything related to business dealings after that.
And then I guess I have a question for Mr. Shimizu then. Is there any way that we can prevent this from happening in the future? Because I do feel for the applicants here, it's clearly a very sticky situation, and sure, I can say that they should have known better and not entered into this situation, but it sounds like it was very confusing.
So, what the city can do to better educate homeowners or home buyers or home renters about the nature of the arrangement. Their, private business transaction is a little bit beyond perhaps what the city thinks its job is, but, certainly the city could always consider at a policy level, efforts to wade into that. I mean, but again, in general, though, that's a policy question about how far the city would like to use its resources to, educate people about that.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I just see that this type of problem is going to continue on and only become more common, especially with the construction of many ADUs. Commissioner Frechtel has a.
Yeah, I don't consider the TIC to be a special circumstance. I think the staff report's correct. It's a private matter. They did it on their own. They wouldn't have had to buy the property. And to think, I mean, the staff says that, in the staff report, it says that this private arrangement shouldn't affect zoning. Zoning should be independent of what the funding is. And I agree with that. I don't see any reason. I mean, I had friends who, 2 bachelors, bought a house together under TIC. And then eventually one of them got married and bought out the other half. So for them, it was a wonderful situation. But the fact that they went into that situation doesn't mean that they should get some zoning impact. They were a single owner buying it together, just like any other single owner. So I don't consider that a special circumstance.
Thanks, Commissioner Rexall, and Commissioner Templeton has rejoined us and she has a question.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I've been listening in to the discussion. Appreciate the accommodation. Just thinking about the ADU point that you brought up, Vice Chair, I was wondering if staff can tell us if ADU is zoned in the same way as this particular parcel, and that if we think that somehow making an accommodation or an exception for this parcel would affect in any way how ADUs could or could not be split up in the future.
So it is my understanding that the ADU state law does state that ADUs cannot be separately conveyed from the main house. But I.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's sufficient. I just want to make sure because we do a lot of, as we process these discussions and look for edge cases and consequences, we do a lot of speculation. And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, because that was my understanding as well, that ADUs would be treated very differently than this particular zoning situation. So I don't think we're in danger of setting a precedent for ADUs with however we treat this situation. Thank you.
I'm just going to follow up on what Commissioner Templeton was asking and wanted to make sure she was back before I followed up on one of her earlier questions. She was asking why staff is concerned about setting a precedent by doing something with, by granting this application. And could staff explain, because I'm not sure that staff really answered that question to Commissioner Templeton's satisfaction and didn't, at least for my satisfaction. So if staff could try to address that question again about why, with respect to exception finding 4, staff says allowing this exception would violate the spirit of the law by setting a precedent for other RMD zoned properties.
So because College Terrace is an entire neighborhood built up of parcels that are based on this map, I think at that time we were thinking of if this would be used for other 2-family uses in the RMD district that have the underlying parcel lines regardless of the ownership structure. However, as Commissioner Heckman explained, that is separate from any given application for a parcel map.
Okay, so staff's logic at the time was that allowing the exception would then kind of make real all of these ghost lines that are all over College Terrace. But given what Commissioner Heckman has said, it's actually an entirely separate issue, so it's probably not a problem. So then I think the only issue where I would see a slippery slope problem is that other tenancy in common applicants could come to us and say, well, I have a tenancy in common with my other RMD, another lot in RMD. Can you please draw a line between, is that the slippery slope then that you're now concerned about?
I mean, I wouldn't limit it just to College Terrace and RMD. There could be, there's an RMD close to here and maybe.
Couldn't you then take an ADU, like a house with an ADU, and have a tenancy in common agreement with that? Is that not allowed?
I think the house could be a tenancy in common,
But not the ADU.
but not the ADU.
Okay, but then for any other parcel in Palo Alto that has multiple residents, any other duplex, any other triplex could come and say, well, or say the cottage clusters, for example, where there's 4 pieces, could say, well, divide this into 4 then.
It is somewhat uniquely for the 2-family uses, because when you have 3 or more units, we have existing limitations on condo conversions. So that should be taken into consideration.
Okay, that's helpful. Other commissioners have questions? Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. And thank you for that additional discussion. I think that was really helpful. I guess when we read the packet and we read about the city's concern, about staff's concerns here, it's hard for us to scope it. And that's what we're really trying to do with this exercise of talking about the different kinds of cases is, it's written very large and alarming, like this could have devastating consequences to our whole housing vision plan. And we don't really know what that means. How many, like you said, you're concerned about setting a precedent. Well, it doesn't happen to ADUs. It doesn't happen to cottage clusters. It doesn't happen to, we've eliminated a lot of it. What's the scope of this concern? Can you clarify that, please? Thank you.
I actually don't necessarily have a concern about setting a precedent. I'm trying to understand what staff.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair.
Right.
I was not referring to you. I was referring to the packet.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was trying to understand.
Sorry about that.
So I was trying to scope. What is the scope of this?
Yeah, I think we're kind of
precedent?
circling
Yeah,
the
we're
same
circling the
question.
same. Great. So now that we're clear on that question, please answer Commissioner Templeton's question.
I don't specifically have a count of how many two-family use parcels we have in the city.
No, I mean, that's information that could be obtained. A memory of 20 years ago is coming up for me, and I don't know, there was a time where we passed an ordinance that was very clear that you could not subdivide these. I think it was R2 and RMD. I mean, that was way before SB 9. So, the landscape has changed, but the city was pretty strong in not allowing lot splits where you're supposed to have two under the same ownership. And I remember an uncodified ordinance from way back on that. I can't remember where that is in the code, but it could be the subject.
Can you online hear Ms. French?
Barely.
Could you speak closer to the microphone?
Sorry.
Thank you.
I just was remembering an ordinance that the city passed. I believe it was an uncodified ordinance at the time to make very clear in our code, and perhaps it was around the 2000s, that you cannot split lots in the R2 and RMD. You cannot condominiumize, I suppose. That was the ordinance, and I am remiss to not know which part of the code it made it into.
Well, would this be considered condominiums? Two
No.
single-family homes.
Well, right now they're not condominiums. They're not airspace condominiums because it's a tenancy in common.
Right. So I'm just trying to understand if the ordinance you're recollecting is relevant.
It may not be. I'm not sure I understand your question.
You said that there was strong reasons not to lot split for condominium purposes, is what you recollected. And I'm asking, since this isn't condominium purposes, would that code that you're recollecting be pertinent or not? It sounds like it's not, it's tangential.
I think it is tangential.
Okay. So I'm sure we're all coming at this from different angles, but really we're trying to understand what's in and what's out and what applies and what doesn't apply. And it's really appreciate staff answering our questions because it's a tough one. But as we try and figure out how to make this decision and looking at the one point that staff is saying doesn't work, we're trying to figure out what are the ways. And also just incidentally, if there's another way that this should be approached that we haven't discussed, that the applicant should consider, or that the PTC can consider, that would allow them to achieve their end goal through a mechanism that staff can be on board with, we would love to hear that as well.
Other commissioner comments? Commissioner Huffman? Commissioner Huffman?
Yeah, thank you. So actually, I want to sort of tail end of the last set of comments I made. I did think that Mr. Hannah's point that the state law that city attorney and I have been referring to really applied in a different circumstance. I think that's actually an interesting argument, and I haven't really studied all those cases with that in mind. I know it's certainly true for some of them, but the constraint we have is that we have to follow the state law until the state law changes. And so if somebody can, if Mr. Hannah's right, and he often is, if somebody can take that case to the state Supreme Court and have them say, yeah, well, okay, if it's open space, that's the rule from 2000, but where it's all laid out, different rule, then we can go forward that way. And maybe that'll happen. And if there's no parcel map tonight, maybe it'll happen in 2 years and then it can be done. Who knows? But I do think it's a good point. Now, I didn't want to ignore it and dismiss it because he may well be right. I did want to say tenancy in common. I think we're getting confused by a little bit or waylaid by the form of ownership. Tenancy in common is not really that unusual a tool. I don't know how often it's used in Palo Alto, but if you drive through San Francisco and you see all those beautiful 3-story Victorians, right, with 3 entries, right, very many of those are owned by a collective of people who each wanted to own a floor. And the way you do that is you collectively buy it, and then you have this agreement that says, I get to use the first floor, you get to use the second, and he gets to use the third. And that's what's happened here on this lot. And it's perfectly appropriate for it to happen. Alternatively, it could be owned by one person who lives in one and rents out the other. That's allowed. It can be owned by a company that rents out both of them, or has its shareholder, son and daughter, live in one and the other, right? It's all same ownership. And actually, I thought about, because I have concerns about going by parcel map, I was thinking about, is there another way to get these folks where they want to go? And where they want to go is they want the 2 structures separately owned, right? And so the first thought I had was, can we condo it? But then when we look at the zoning and see it has to be under one ownership, even though I think technically might be able to get a condo approved, although I don't know if we do a 2 condo, they couldn't separately own them. So it wouldn't get them where they were going. The other thought I had was on the zoning, and I'm wondering if staff can pull up the zoning map for this area of College Terrace, because I'd like to take a look at that.
I can do that. It'll just take a minute.
Okay,
Our
and
parcel map's pretty small.
while you're doing that, let me sort of talk about the parcel map and sort of my concern. So this land is in the RMD district, right? That's multifamily zoning, right? Palo Alto has a lot of single housing element is going to make more multifamily housing or more dense the multifamily housing we have. I think that's more accurate. And I think we need to do that. We need to find more housing, and we need to, and so just as some people during that housing element process wanted to protect the integrity of the single family neighborhoods, I'm concerned about protecting the integrity of the multifamily neighborhoods and keeping them multifamily. And so one of the concerns I have here is that if we do this lot split, parcel map lot split, what we will have done is essentially created 2 single family lots in an area of multifamily. And I am concerned, and they're micro lots, right? Because this whole, I have a 6,000 square foot lot, which is pretty standard, kind of on the small side for Palo Alto, probably about maybe average size. This is a smaller lot right now, and they want to break them into 2 lots under 3,000 square feet, which in my business we call micro lots, right? It's kind of a different product. I don't know that I'm adverse to that product, but if we're going to create that product in Palo Alto, we need to do it, we need to do it in a thoughtful way rather than a piecemeal way. And so when I look at, even before I look at the findings, and I've said many times that we have to have ordinances and standards that people who want to build something in Palo Alto can rely on. They see it in print, and if it says you can do this, then you should be able to do it. The concern I have here, and again, I think attachment B, the zoning comparison, tells the tale, is none of the rules apply, right? In order to create two separate lots, we make the size of lots non-conforming. We make the minimum site depth non-conforming. The front setback, which is supposed to be 20 feet, is 16. The interior, which is supposed to be 6 feet, is 3.6. The rear, which is supposed to be 20 feet, is 6 or 3.2. And it's slightly more than the amount in floor area. The exceptions kind of swallow the rule here, and that's really the concern I have. Is that I don't want to erode the multifamily district. I don't want it chopped up into little single family homes and people, manipulating or working through the laws to do that. The reason I've asked for the zoning map to be pulled up, and can you help me out?
Yeah, so if you can see my cursor, this parcel is the subject property. It is the one that is directly to the border of the CN zoning district at the intersection of Yale Street and College Avenue.
Okay, thank you. So the thought I had, and the reason I wanted this map up is, one thought I had is, what if we rezone the property to R1? Because then they can do an SB9 lot split. But to rezone the property, which is not the application before us tonight, but to do that, you pretty much have to be bordering what you want to rezone to on at least one side, preferably at least two, or else you get into this spot zoning concept. And what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing any R1 in the vicinity of this. So again, my goal here is to try to think of a way to help these folks get where they're going. But I don't even think that idea would work, because it would be a spot zone. And so I'm not suggesting it, but I just hadn't seen the zoning map to see if it might work. So based on all that, I feel for these property owners, but on the other hand, I feel like they got exactly what they bought. And so they haven't lost any value. I appreciate that they could enhance their value, but I don't think our rules allow it. And so, the value of the parcel is this one parcel with two lovely homes on it. And so I think I am not necessarily wedded to every word in the draft findings, but generally I support them.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. This is a question for staff. Is if this application was to put the lot line where it is on the 1800s map, would you still oppose it?
We would not be able to consider reestablishing the underlying lot because it would cut through the existing buildings.
Even, wow, that's a catch-22 right there. The reason I was asking is I was wondering if they could sell each other those lots if we were able to split it the other way, and then they would be able to move the lot line after that. Because perhaps that would be more like things around it. I don't know. So you're saying it wouldn't, it's the structure that the city approved that's preventing them from splitting the lot along the underlying lot lines, the historic lot lines?
So it would still be the same process. It would still need to go through the parcel map with exceptions process. And so we would have to make new findings for that lot configuration. And, hypothetically, if we were to do that without really having taken time to consider that, we would certainly consider the fact that it would be a new property line cutting through existing structures as a potential reason to recommend denial for that.
But even if the structures weren't there, it would still be non-conforming because it'd be too small.
Yes.
That's my question. Okay, so, but it would still be something the city would object to because the structures are on it and because it's non-conforming, even though it would be aligned with other lots in the neighborhood.
Right, and because the lots would be significantly smaller than the 5,000 square foot minimum and the 50-foot minimum width and 100-foot, it would meet the depth, but that would be it.
What percent of lots in the neighborhood do you think, and you can just ballpark this, are those original really small skinny lots?
So we can pull up the zoning map again because.
Yeah,
this
let's take a
show
look. It
our
looked like there was a lot,
Yeah.
like a significant number that would be non-complying in the same way. That's what it looks like to me. So yes, it would be non-complying, but in the same way everything else is.
So I'm trying to zoom in a little bit further. This, you can see the two addresses, but we have this as one rectangle. So, sorry that it's moving around on us.
That's okay. It's
Um,
nice that you were able to pull this up. Thank you.
So we know that, at least for reference, this rectangle here is approximately 50 feet wide and 115 feet long. Just as an example, it appears that the 2133 and 2139 lots are quite a bit narrower, but the 2145 lot is approximately the same size as the neighboring subject lot across the street. It's a similar condition in terms of there being a wide range in the size of the lots.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying, what I'm trying to get at here is if there's a lot of technicalities and I understand that's what we're doing, but it's trying to figure out, are there other ways that this works for the neighborhood? And it sounds like there might be, they're not before us. Those are other kinds of applications to consider, basically, right?
Yes, other kinds of applications, such as Commissioner Heckman noted, rezoning to, let's say, CN, which is next door. That would involve as well a comprehensive plan change if the underlying is residential. So, there's multiple, I guess, other possibilities, but they're not before us.
Okay, so the city's primary objection is right now, all of this land that we're discussing tonight is owned by quote unquote one person. And that is the problem with splitting. One problem with splitting the lot is that would take away from the intention of the zoning and neighboring properties. And the other is that the lots would be really small. But I think we can, so my concern is that when that part is brought up, I look at the rest of the stuff around it, and there's so many others that are really small too, right? So it's hard to tease apart the specific thing that that the city is opposing. Thank you for kind of walking me through some scenarios there.
Are there additional comments? No comments. Would anybody like to make a motion? Go ahead.
All right, well, I will hazard a motion. I move that the PTC recommend to the city council the staff recommendation.
Second, is there a second?
Second.
And Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, I was wondering if the maker would consider voting on a per finding basis.
Let me just ask Commissioner Templeton for a clarification. You mean 7 votes for attachment C and
If staff could bring up their findings that they wanted our input on, that might be helpful. Because most of them I can support. But that's just an option of how to phrase it. I was just throwing that out there.
Commissioner Templeton, is it because you want to offer city council a little bit more granularity in our thinking?
Yes, I want to show where we're all really aligned and where we might have differences so that would save them time potentially.
I like that idea. That's just me.
so
What does the maker of the motion say?
yeah, so I'm not, I'm open to that. But what I think we would want to do is, to the extent anybody wants to craft one or another of these total 11 findings, let's get that done first. And then as to the rest of them that nobody seems to want to touch, we can adopt those as a group or vote on those as a bunch.
Can you restate what you just said? I'm not sure I understood.
Yeah, so there are a total of 11 findings here that need to be made. 7 in the positive or negatives, 7 for the preliminary parcel map findings. That's attachment, that's all attachment C. And then 4 for the exception findings. So it's a total of 11 findings.
So are you suggesting that if anybody has a disagreement with what's written in the staff report, we should highlight that?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
We should
Split
start
those
with
out individually, and then we don't need to vote on all 11.
Yeah,
by
but
one.
wants to modify, and then we'll vote on whatever's left.
Okay,
So-
so then you'd have to
so-
take your motion off the table.
Yeah, so I would withdraw my motion.
All right, Commissioner Templeton, then is there a particular finding that you would like to pull out?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up the slide because it seemed like in the slide version of this that was shown earlier, it was boiled down to a smaller set of things. So I was wondering if you could bring up that slide deck that you were showing when you first presented.
In the staff presentation, please.
Thank you. And at the end,
There we go.
right. So why is this 1, 2, 3, and 4? That's for the exceptions, right?
Correct.
Okay. So that's, I think, where my concerns mostly lie.
Do you also have a concern with finding number 3 for the findings for a subdivision? Because in either case, that would cause the subdivision to fail. So I actually I do not agree with staff's finding for a subdivision in finding number 3.
Well, but when you do a subdivision, it has to meet code.
No, but the finding is that the site is not physically suitable for the type of development, and there is no development occurring on this. So that's why I do disagree with staff's. I think it is suitable for the type of development. There's nothing wrong with it.
But you have to treat the subdivision as if those structures were being constructed today. And so from that aspect, they don't meet the FAR, they don't meet the lot coverage.
Okay.
The fact that they're already built is irrelevant.
This is what I was trying to ask staff about at the very beginning, because this objection doesn't make any sense. So if staff could clarify why it needs to be treated as new development rather than like it's semantic. It doesn't, I think we need a little bit more explanation on that from staff about why they're objecting to building a building that's already been built.
It's because of the way that it changes the setbacks. So let me switch the screen.
Okay, because they're changing the front. What's the front and what's the side?
they're changing what's the front and what's the side. That also in turn changes what's the rear and what, and creates a new interior lot line between the two houses as well.
But it doesn't actually change anything because the structures are already built that way and it's been fine.
In fact, I just wanted to add to what Commissioner Templeton was saying. There was a similar subdivision map change that came before the PTC. It was on Channing, in which it was a subdivision map act where the buildings were not going to change at all. And it was a very, like, somewhat similar to this, and there are some nonconformance. And staff recommended that one. It took a conforming lot and made one that was non-conforming and one that was conforming. And so I guess I would propose a motion to vote on preliminary parcel map finding 3, that the site is not physically suitable for the type of development. And I would say that I cannot make that finding.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any additional comments?
You may want to clarify when you say you cannot make the finding. Yeah, so it's double negative.
I know, because we have to do a.
Yeah.
So it says, if we make any of the following findings, then we need to deny the parcel map. So I cannot make the finding that the site is not physically suitable for the type of development there. On the basis of of number 3.
Seconded.
Okay. And if there's no other comments, then I think we can,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
I just want to
Yes.
discuss it. You're creating 2 substandard lots. They do not meet the zoning requirements for
that's not-
minimum lot size.
You're right. I hear what you're saying there, but that's not what's, so there's the design, there's finding number 2, there's different findings. And this is not that it's not physically suitable for the type of development. That's not talking about the, if it were in a bog, then it would be not physically suitable for the type of development. Or in a marsh, but that's not the case.
I guess this would be a question for the attorney. What does the term physically suitable mean? Does that include things like setbacks and minimum lot size, or is it just you could construct it there, or is it can you construct it there consistent with zoning? Those are 2 different questions.
I'd like to jump in as well on the fact of substandard lot, which is a definition of a substandard lot versus less than standard. And I'm thinking back, and it's not on the agenda, but the other parcel map we talked about with exceptions, they needed exceptions not because they were creating a by definition substandard lot, but less than standard size.
Yes.
So there's a difference in our zoning code as to substandard versus less than standard. It's semantics, but there is a definition. So these would be substandard in size.
All right. If there's no other comments, then let's take, Commissioner Heckman, sorry about that.
So I do think sometimes these state law language is difficult to wrap your arms around, but as it's used in the MAP Act, physically suitable doesn't mean the thing won't fit. I mean, my 6,000 square foot lot could physically accommodate 10 600 square foot micro homes. It could fit those, right? And so that doesn't mean I can come and apply for a 10 lot subdivision of my 6,000 square foot lot. And so physically suitable is, as Commissioner Rechdal was suggesting, it's really in the context of the requirements. And so here the problem is there's not enough room. Well, the first problem is each parcel would be less than 3,000 square feet, which is not as big as 5,000 square feet, which is the requirement. And because each lot is so small, when you put these structures on it, it crosses the setback lines in almost every direction. And so I think that's what it means here, that the site isn't physically suitable for the type of development. But primarily, it really doesn't have to do with these structures that are there, because we could scrape the structures and still be here facing this. And the question is, can we grant 3,000 square foot lots where 5,000 square feet are required? And I think the answer is no, it's not physically suited, because physically it doesn't have enough square footage. So that's how I read 3, and that's why I would not support the motion. I think that the staff has it right in their finding here.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, I just want to point out that it literally does support the structures, because the structures have been permitted and built according to what the city has allowed. Now, whether we call, Street A the front or Street B the front is really not sufficient to deny.
Of that, because this is a point Commissioner Templeton made earlier. Again, you go back to attachment B, the zoning comparison table, look at the first 2 columns. What was built there complies with every single requirement of the RMD zoning. Size, length, width, number of units, every setback, and maximum floor area. So there are different rules for multifamily than there are for single family. And so it fits because it was built in a way designed to fit the multifamily rules as one parcel. So I don't think it fits when you break it into 2 pieces. And I know it doesn't, because that's the last 2 columns of that table.
Okay. Any additional comments? All right, let's call a vote on this one.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Commissioner Rekdal,
No.
Commissioner Rupavar,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion does not carry 2-3.
All right. Does anybody need to speak to their no votes? I think we kind of covered it, but all right, let's move on. Is there anything else that we would like to pull out? All right.
Well, what about number 4 on the exception findings?
Is there a motion that you would like to make?
Well, I find the staff description justification for claiming that the exception will violate the requirements, goals, policies, and spirit of the law to be quite extreme. And I've asked for clarification on why this is so dangerous to our goals, policies, and spirit of the law and requirements. But I don't find it. The description is pretty extremist, and so I was hoping we could either get a clearer description. But if we're done discussing at this point, I would just say that I'm trying to not do the double negative. I will say that the granting of the exception will not violate the laws, requirements, and goals, policies, or spirit of the law. So I think this one is positive, right?
Right.
So
I'll
The
second it so that we can
number-
have, yeah, I'll
Yeah.
second it just so we can have the discussion.
Thanks. I don't think that how we do or don't split this lot will affect the vision of the city's goal to build more housing and increase density in residential neighborhoods. I don't see yet, and staff has not sufficiently presented that this will cause a devastating, catastrophic downstream effect. That's what I'm suggesting. That finding was not sufficiently justified.
Any other comments? Yep, go ahead, Commissioner Rectal.
There's a lot of points, and I don't agree with all of them, but I agree with the gist of it. So especially the last line is a bit, I think they overplayed their heart cards on that one, but the gist of it is I would not grant number 4. So are we
Commissioner,
are we
For
voting?
what?
So this is voting for whether we find 4 or whether we agree with the staff description.
So if you don't agree that doing this will not violate the requirements, goals, and policies and spirit of the law, it would be helpful to hear why. Because, and if your answer is what staff wrote except for the last sentence, that's fine. That's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I think
the bulk of the points are correct. I don't agree with the last sentence, but I will find for that. I cannot find that. So I'm saying no for 4.
Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, so I don't love the way the finding is written. That's not staff's fault. That's the way it's adopted in our ordinance. The granting of exception will not violate the requirements. Well, every exception, the nature of it is to deviate from the requirements. So I don't love it. I do think that perhaps in providing this, the finding, staff maybe overstated the impact. I do think that the granting violates the spirit of the law because, as I said earlier, the accumulation of exceptions necessary to allow this are contrary to what our effort should be, is to mostly follow our requirements. So that's really where, if I were writing this finding, I would be saying that they cannot make finding 4, but for this different reason, that the accumulation of necessary exceptions makes it inconsistent with the spirit of the law.
Okay, thank you. So I'll make a comment on this. This is the one finding for me where I'm on the fence. I am concerned about people looking at our decision and then deciding to enter into a tenancy and on whatever basis we make the decision and trying to replicate the situation, because there's nothing in our city law that really prevents them from doing that. And so I don't know which way I would go on this one, especially because it doesn't look like there's enough information to understand how many, staff didn't know how many parcels might be affected by a decision that we make, how many parcels might be affected by any precedent that we're setting. But I disagree that it's a problem in terms of the particular lot sizes created by such a subdivision, because this is College Terrace, and historically, it's one of the oldest sections of our city. It probably has the most non-conforming parcels and developments, maybe except for downtown North. And so I think adding some non-conformity is not a problem, especially because the buildings already exist. Now, whether the building should have been allowed to be built in the first place, why they were allowed to switch the addresses to Yale and not have the same required setbacks as everything else on Yale. Now, that's a big question in my mind. I think the city made a boo-boo, but that's nothing, that's not the fault of the current owners. So that's my thoughts on this particular one. I'm not sure that I can make the finding, but that's not, yeah. So is it, other
If we really think that smaller lots are appropriate for College Terrace, then I would say we should be changing the RMD zoning as opposed to doing a one-off exception.
And Commissioner Heckman, did you have something too?
No, I just, if somebody could just clarify what the motion is regarding exception finding 4.
So the motion is that we can make the finding number 4, that granting of the exception will not violate the requirements, goals, policies, or spirit of the law.
Okay.
So we agree with that statement. Okay, so let's vote on this one.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
No,
Commissioner Rupavar,
No.
Commissioner Heckman,
No,
Vice Chair Chang.
I'm going to vote no on this one.
Motion fails 1-4.
Okay, and then just in the interest of speeding things up, there are 2 other findings that I actually could make where staff couldn't make them. So I can make the findings for 1 and for 2 under the exception findings. So I believe that there are special circumstances or conditions affecting this property. I also believe that the exception is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right for the petitioner. And it may be that they didn't do their due diligence, but it sounds like that really because in Palo Alto specifically, TICs are not typically created in this way, that they can't get financing for it. And so that is something that they certainly didn't expect. And it is a difference that other TICs are not faced with. So that's my logic for that. And I don't know if anybody wants to second that.
Sure, I'll second it.
Okay. Additional comments?
I would just add that the property owner's financial situation and zoning are 2 separate spots, and they may have made some bad decisions, but it's not our zoning responsibility to bail them out of their own bad decisions.
I would add that while they are not our responsibility, that's the justification for the exception, and a case can be made that those justifications can be found.
All right. Any other comments? Commissioner Hickman?
well, just that my thought is that these special circumstances or conditions I don't think they're affecting the property. I think they're affecting the owners. And so that's not exactly what finding number 1 is focused on, and I think that what this finding reminds me is findings under state law for variance, which talk about special circumstances attributable to the property. And they're talking about the physical property and its surrounding. And I think that that's what's intended here is there something weird about this property? Like it's got a river running through it. And so it really would benefit from being split, one left side and right side of the river. At least that's how I read it. So that's why I couldn't support the motion as to 1, and I didn't really have any comment on 2 beyond what I said earlier in the meeting.
I want to add another comment here. Is it possible to look at the special conditions concerning the property to be all this orientation of what's front and what's side yard and backyard? And that's because we have all admitted that is a complicating factor. Does that make it a special exception? That's a physical property. Where's the front and where's the side?
Well, I'll just chime in quickly here and say I agree with you on that point as well. Commissioner Templeton. Any other comments?
Comment. Would you, I mean, the reality is you only need, if any of the four can't be made, it doesn't pass, right? So right now you've got a motion, your motion, Vice Chair Chang, is for 1 and 2. If you would split those out so that I could vote separately.
Sure,
so that
happy
we
to
could vote
split them out
separately.
because I think we're just trying to provide granularity for city
Yeah.
council on a sticky problem right here. We already know that we cannot we already know as a result of number 4 that we
Yeah.
can't. But so, sure, I would support splitting the motion. How about you, Commissioner Templeton, as the seconder? Okay, great.
Yes.
So let's take finding number 1, that we can make the finding that there are, the motion is that we can make the finding that there are special circumstances or conditions affecting the property. Need a second.
Second.
Great. All right. Are there any other comments or can we vote on this?
Well, I think you have to, guess, state a sentence for what that, so you've stated we can make the finding, but then you need a factual statement basically to, replace the special circumstance. And I think Commissioner Templeton kind of said it before, right? The special circumstance or condition affecting the property is that these houses are existing and oriented in the manner that they exist.
Sure, let's add that. Okay. And Commissioner Templeton, you agree to make that addition? Yes.
Affirmative.
Okay, great. Could we have a vote on this one?
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
No.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Rupavar,
Yes.
motion carries 4-1.
Okay, and then now I'll move on to the second part of the original motion, which is that I can make the second exception finding that the exception is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right of the petitioner because of the unique situation and in which they entered a TIC and the availability of financing in our city for it.
Second.
Are there any other comments in addition to what's already been said earlier? Okay, great. Let's call a vote on this.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rupavar,
No.
Commissioner Rekdal,
No.
Commissioner Heckman.
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, so now I think we can do one final cleanup motion. I don't know if Commissioner Heckman wants to do that one.
Sure. So just, let's see. So where we came down on those votes is it correct that the only change we made is to exception finding 1 from the staff rec, or was there another one?
That's the only one that passed. Thank you.
That's the only one passed. Okay. All right. So then I will move that the PTC recommend to the,
Commissioner Heckman, can I get a clarification? So for exception finding 1, the commission is agreeing that there is a special circumstance.
yes, the last motion that was approved is that there is a special circumstance or condition affecting the property in the existing layout and arrangement of the houses that are present.
Okay,
So
thank
that's
you for the
that's
clarification.
finding and the statement that would follow it, right? And so, and that vote was the only departure agreed to by all of the majority of the commission as to any of the other 10 findings. So now I'm going to make a motion to cover those 10.
Thank you.
So I will move that the PTC recommend to the city council the staff recommendation, except regarding exception findings, number 1, where the recommendation is, as the PTC has already voted to recommend.
Is there any discussion? Oh, second, sorry, we need a second.
Second.
Commissioner Ekdahl seconds the motion. Any discussion? All right, could we take a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
No,
motion carries 4-1.
All right, thank you, everyone. I think that concludes.
nope, not yet.
You're right, you're right. Commissioner Templeton, would you like to speak to your no vote?
I sure would. Thank you so much, Vice Chair. So I apologize, my cat is deciding to get involved here. Yeah, so I voted no on this because I think that there have been some missteps, appears to be some missteps during the history of this lot, of this parcel, and the building of 2 single-family homes on what's meant to be a multifamily property, and kind of some missteps in the past have created a scenario where the current owners are finding themselves in difficulties, where we don't have higher density property, more housing on that lot anyway. Like, there's a whole bunch of things that we have allowed to happen as a city that have gotten us to this point. So I really think that is frustrating, and that it's compounding the problem here, that we're not allowing them to do things because of the way we allowed them to build. And so the applicant is in quite a bit of a tight spot because of the city's role in the history, and how that is compounding their inability to get the changes that they're requesting at this time. So I think that it's pretty frustrating to be in this spot. And I can imagine, and I have some sympathy for the applicants who have found themselves in a bit of a circle here in terms of the approval process, being in the past being kind of used as a justification for the denial of changes going forward. So I would love for us as a city to reflect on that and see if there are ways that we can plan ahead better and avoid creating scenarios like this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the discussion of this item. And now we need to bring bring Chair Suma back.
Should we take a break, Vice Chair?
I think that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
How about, let's see, what time is it right now?
8:15.
8:15, so let's come back at 8:25.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to my colleagues and Vice Chair for handling that other item. And we will go ahead and continue with item number 3, which is a update to Chapter 18 of the Municipal Code required to adjust our law on accessory and junior accessory dwelling units to be consistent with the state's law and also some additional items that staff wanted us to discuss. So we can go ahead and have a staff report, please.
Hello, I wanted to make sure, I know Garrett Sauls, our planner for the project, is remote for this meeting and want to make sure that he's come back. Do you see if he's back in? Okay. Great.
He is there.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm here. Hopefully you're all able to hear me well enough. We are here tonight talking again about accessory dwelling units, something that I think we all have, kind of a lot of knowledge on, given how many times I think we've probably talked to you all about this. So I have a brief presentation. So hopefully we'll be able to keep some of the discussion a little bit focused on the items that we want to talk about. The first thing that I want to talk about is kind of just a recap on the timeline of some of the previous hearings that we've had last year related to other HCD related changes, as well as local changes we wanted to make, and council hearings that had happened closer to the end of the year in December. So last year, staff and the PTC met on July 13th, August 10th, and September 28th. During those meetings, we talked about changes occurring at the state level where the city needed to adopt its local ordinance related to additional height for ADUs, additional standards in terms of proximity to transit, and also adopting some potential regulations that the city staff had noted were mostly about code cleanup or other configurations of our current ordinances that we wanted to clean up related to the increased interest in development of ADUs. On December 12th, staff went to the city council to approve only the state law changes that needed to be put in place prior to January 1st this year. The items that were left out of that council report were the items the new state laws. Originally, those were planned for a January, February city council meeting, but about a week and a half after we had that item heard at city council, we received a second response letter from HCD. And that, as you noted, is on December 21st, which is shown at the bottom of the slide here. As a result of that communication we had with HCD, we're here today again to talk about some of the items that HCD staff raised as issues with the city's local ordinance, and then some additional items that staff had noted with continued conversations with the public and applicants on ADUs, where we want PTC's feedback on some additional local regulations. And our kind of end timeline and end goal for being able to adopt these changes is to bring this item back to the city council either mid to late April or early May in order to adopt both the recommendations from HCD as well as all the other sort of local code changes that the PTC has discussed since July of last year. Included in the attachments to the staff report is the first HCD letter, which we received on December 23rd, 2021. The staff response to that in February of 2022. The second letter, as I noted earlier, December 21st of last year, and our staff response, which was January 13th of this year. As a part of that response in January of this year, staff was also required to provide HCD with a timeline to bring these changes to get them adopted, which is what I noted before about trying to ideally go by April or May to City Council to get these changes adopted. So the HCD comments circled around these 5 items that you see here. The first one talking about daylight planes for what we call as Table 2 units are our local development standards for ADUs. HCD had noted that staff's interpretation or application and interpretation of the nuance of what state law had identified for development standards for units outside of subdivision E, which is within our zoning code referenced as table 1 units. That staff is not able, or the city is not able to apply daylight planes to those units. So you see in the staff report that it talks a little bit more in length about that, as well as identifies in the draft ordinance that was attached to the staff report, the removal of daylight plane requirements for that within table 2. Items B and C are interrelated in that HCD was noting that junior ADUs in particular are limited in where they can be developed, and that the city's ordinance seemed to be expanding impermissibly where JDUs can be developed where state law does not currently permit. And specifically what that means is that the city's ordinance that had been adopted in 2020 identified that junior ADUs would be able to have under table 2 a 4-foot setback, consistent with what ADUs were allowed to do for attached ADUs or detached ADUs. Staff was trying to mirror that flexibility for junior ADUs in order to encourage that development. And HCD posited that with junior ADUs, the only allowance for their development is within an existing or proposed buildable area of a property. And what that means in kind of some layman terms is whatever setbacks you have for your property, that is also what binds and defines the area for where a junior ADU can be developed. In conversations that we had with HCD, staff noted that, in terms of how that information is conveyed and how that's expressly written into the city's ordinance, staff felt that it was easier to communicate to the public a separate setback for a junior ADU rather than to say that the house, for the purposes of building a junior ADU, may have a 4-foot setback. That the nuance was a bit more complicated with the latter statement than the former, which is why staff had preferred instead to continue to identify a 4-foot setback for junior ADUs. And with the noise producing equipment location standard, staff believes that there is a misunderstanding from HCD initially on what this specific provision was. By relaxing standards, location standards for noise producing equipment, rather than to say again that junior ADUs cannot be, following some other sort of standard or setback. The items that you see kind of starred adjacent to these B, C, and E, these are items that staff does not believe require any motions to be made tonight in order to ensure that the city's ordinance is consistent with state law. For item D, this specifically talked about entryways for junior ADUs that from 2017 until recently, the city has had a regulation that identifies any sort of attached unit cannot have a doorway or an entryway that faces the same way as the primary unit. Effectively, they would need to have a doorway or an entryway that faces a different property line, either the side, the rear, or a different property line. That way there isn't some kind of confusion in terms of what is considered to be the primary unit for the building. HCD argued that this could potentially create an issue, though undefined, as to where this type of development can occur, or could create a boundary or barrier for ADU development in the future, and suggested that staff incorporate a provision within the code that says that this policy applies when possible or when feasible. And staff's concern primarily is that that term is not very clearly defined and can create a non-enforceable provision in our code that will spend time arguing between applicants or trying to convince applicants that this policy can apply and not. And staff's suggestion would primarily be to simply remove this provision. And item E is something that the PTC previously discussed in the July 13th meeting of last year, which was to remove the allowance or remove the requirement that attached parking to ADUs be counted towards that maximum square footage of that ADU. HCD felt that that was not something that was permissible under state law, which was something that the PTC previously felt was something that we wouldn't want to incorporate as within our existing code, and it would be a disincentive towards ADUs. Some additional items that were raised within the staff report talked about conversion or relocation of uncovered parking spaces. When you have existing one-car garage converted to an ADU, it has different allowances to not replace that parking space versus when you have a one covered space and an uncovered space next to it, that you can't currently, there's no provision in city law nor state law that allows the removal of that uncovered parking space and to put it in a different location or not have to place it back on the site at all. Staff had noted that this was kind of a out of step with what could be possible for a two-car garage doing something very similar, and could create a multi-step process for someone to be able to first develop a garage or build a garage and then convert it to an ADU. Staff is looking to possibly suggest modifying that language in order to allow uncovered spaces to also be replaced in a different location on the site. Item G is about privacy measures for junior ADUs, which specifically is related to some additional complaints the staff have been receiving for ADUs that have been developed within the city. This item was raised by a couple of commissioners in the previous meetings in July and August about deciding or trying to understand where privacy measures could be affected or impacting, privacy measures within our Table 2 standards are Chapter 18.9.040, identifying where we could possibly delineate where privacy measures need to start applying when you don't have a floor level, when you might have a raised building that extends above a fence, an adjacent fence. Staff would be wanting to get additional feedback from PTC on that. Item H specifically is about the previous decision on September 28th about a city's affordable ADU program. And staff is wanting to get some additional input from the PTC on whether or not they want to continue or proceed with that program based on the issues that staff had raised in the staff report. Item I is something that was not identified into the staff report, but was something that came up actually as of this week during some plan reviews. Individuals and applicants identifying an interest in putting a basement underneath an attached junior ADU or an ADU that serves the primary unit. Staff had some concerns about how that could possibly be manipulated to extend the maximum size of the home beyond what is traditionally thought of. This item is was not noticed or included into the staff report, so it would be something that staff would be wanting to have a motion or a recommendation or action on March 8th when we plan to return to the PTC. To discuss that last time a little bit more in detail, to give some context as to how basements are regulated in the city of Palo Alto, primarily it's regulated based on the size of the existing first floor's footprint. In a maximum case scenario, you could potentially, or someone could potentially have a 6,000 square foot home. And the way our code currently allows for basements, it really only allows basements underneath that first floor's footprint, however small or however large that is. If it's 2,000 square feet, the basement could similarly be 2,000 square feet underneath it. If it's 6,000 square feet, it could also be 6,000 square feet. As I noted before, a JDU or potentially an ADU could be attached to that home and be somewhere between 500 to 1,000 square feet in size, where the city also has a potential bonus, a bonus of 800 square feet. Given that footprint isn't very clearly defined to distinguish between a primary or secondary unit where that basement can occur, currently the one interpretation could be that even though a primary home may have 6,000 square feet, for example, and they may have a basement that is matching that same size, if they have an attached junior ADU or an ADU that exceeds that maximum house size, they could potentially have, you could think of a toe almost underneath it that is then expanding the basement beyond the primary building's footprint, which wouldn't typically be allowed under normal circumstances in the event that there weren't the current provisions about junior ADUs and ADUs in city and state law. And so staff had some concerns about how that could create issues in terms of expanding usable space for the primary home that is unintended. So draft language, as you can see here, would be something we would present during the March 8th hearing that would identify where basements are more specifically related to, or basements that serve primary units would not be able to extend under attached ADUs or JDUs when they utilize that bonus floor area, lot coverage, or maximum house size limitation. These are some examples of the issues that I'm specifically talking about, where in a traditional scenario, you may have a primary unit's first floor footprint and basement underneath it. In the example that we were reviewing during some during applications that have been submitted to us, there was an attached junior ADU and the primary unit where an applicant had proposed to put a basement underneath that junior ADU that only was serving the primary unit. And here may be an example of a situation we, again, traditionally think of where a junior ADU or an ADU has a basement, but it's cleanly or clearly broken out between the two units. Staff's recommendation would be to approve the draft ordinance that's included with the packet, and ideally to take a straw poll for any direction to staff on items F, G, and I, which could return in a formal recommendation at the next PTC hearing. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. And so a question for staff and my colleagues. B, C, and E, staff does not need a motion on. Do you want to hear discussion of that at all? Or do my colleagues want to discuss those if we don't need to make a motion? Or does staff want it? Go ahead.
I do have a question, just clarifying question regarding B.
Okay, and we can just we can feel free to ask as many questions as we want then about those items, but we don't need a motion. So and after that, we'll take any public comments.
Okay,
Commissioner Rectal?
I have a question about the current requirements for basements. We're limited to the size of the primary floor or the ground floor. Does it have to stay within the footprint? Can it extend under the lawn at all?
Yeah, so for basements for single family homes, you are limited to that first floor's footprint. So the only areas you're able to extend beyond it is where we've identified as something as completing a square. If you can envision kind of an H shape with that bottom H part kind of blocked out, with the top you have kind of two legs almost, right? You can think of that as being a uncovered porch. And within those areas, typically what will happen is someone will put an eave kind of covering over that entry porch area. And that does still create a footprint under traditional circumstances when we count lot coverage or floor area. And so there are areas where people can kind of build underneath that space that doesn't necessarily have a living room or a bedroom. It has maybe an entry porch. So that's kind of the only area where we do have that provision allowance. Otherwise, we would require all properties to have a basement underneath the footprint of the first floor footprint of the building.
And for that H, could you cover the whole square that the H is in? So could you have a basement that is actually bigger than the FAR on the ground floor?
I think, again, in theory, in that specific example, it could be the case, though we would be counting the lot coverage as being the same. Meaning, in terms of the footprint that's being created, we think of it more of a two-dimensional aspect of all the footprint, the structure that's created on the ground or creates kind of this plane downward onto the ground. And so when you think of how that creates a boundary or barrier within the buildable area, it still is the same footprint. It just might not have, like I said before, a enclosed space like a bedroom. Okay, gotcha. You mentioned that this could be for both JADUs and ADUs. I understand how a basement in the primary house could go under a JADU. How could it go under a detached ADU? So it wouldn't go under a detached ADU, it would just be an attached ADU.
Okay, and so those slides that showed JADU/ADU, they really were just talking about JADU.
It could be cleared, but what I should have just said instead was attached ADU or JADU.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
So I had a clarifying question regarding B, the calculation of floor area for ADUs and JADUs. And in the staff report on packet page 55, the last sentence of, I just want to clarify to make sure I understand. no changes are being made to the ordinance as a result of letter number B. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then there's the last sentence of that section that says staff will continue to be flexible with how floor area and lot coverage are afforded homeowners to encourage ADU, JADU development, which is a really broad statement. So that always is scary. So it just, what does it flexible mean?
Yeah, so in the context of this specific item, I think what we're identifying is that we're going to be flexible in how we apply these setbacks for junior ADUs. And in particular, given how the state is saying, well, you can't build a JDU outside of this envelope, right? You can't push this little wedge out from this box, this envelope of the building and say that's what the setbacks are for the junior ADU, because junior ADUs can only be built within that box, right? And so what we're saying is that we don't entirely disagree with HCD's statement that JDUs can be built within that existing box or that proposed box, but that we are also going beyond state law to further incentivize junior ADUs by saying we can allow a setback for a junior ADU of a 4 foot provision, which is not currently allowed by state based on their understanding of our local development standards. So we're trying to be flexible in how we apply that so that we can make it clear and communicate it more clearly to the public who might not understand the nuance of you can build a home to a 4 foot setback for the purpose of building a junior ADU rather than saying the junior ADU has a 4 foot setback.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Okay. If there are no other clarifying questions, we'll just go to the public. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
Yes, we have one raised hand on Zoom. John Kelly.
We do have a public speaker?
Yes.
Okay,
one.
just one? Okay. Why don't we take that comment first then?
Okay. John, if you can unmute yourself, then you can talk.
Thank you very much, Chair Suma, Vice Chair Chang, Commissioners. Other than sections G and H of the staff report, I believe that you should generally follow city staff's recommendations, but I urge you to do much more tonight. I believe city staff are trying to do right by the public. Staff's recommendation concerning uncovered parking, section F, is one such example. But the PTC should also ask whether the years-long saga of Palo Alto's finally conforming with 2020 state mandates makes any real sense. For years, Palo Alto has followed what might be called a minimalist approach to implementing California's 2020 ADU reforms. That minimalist approach has imposed costs on Palo Altans. There have been individual costs and there have been collective costs. Uncertainties about whether Palo Alto will truly respect state ADU laws have very likely deterred ADU production over the last few years. There may well be people who would have already permitted and built ADUs during that period, except for disagreements with city staff, and actually rented those ADUs to others. Such applicants have, in a meaningful sense, lost rental income. Others who might have used such ADUs to provide shelter for family members have incurred the costs of renting alternative forms of shelter for loved ones. Beyond individually borne costs, the minimalist approach has cost us all in terms of the time, energy, and perhaps third-party costs that the city has incurred. As the city council has recently discussed, we should not forget the opportunity costs as well of city staffs not investigating other city priorities. Consequently, I would urge you initially not to pursue sections G and H of the staff report, which would discourage some clear stories and could have the effect of reducing light reaching the interior of an ADU when there's no reasonable privacy concern, and which would pursue a suboptimal approach to building affordable ADUs. But more importantly, and in addition, I would urge you to move beyond the city staff's recommendations in 3 important ways. First, I encourage you and the PTC to recommend to the city council that city staff both A, give people seeking to build ADUs the full benefit of new state laws when they first go into effect, and B, seek technical assistance and preliminary reviews from HCD and local design professionals before submitting proposed ADU ordinances for consideration. Secondly, I urge you to establish a date certain before May 31, 2023, when the PTC will take up possible changes to both the 1222 ADU ordinance, including citywide two-story ADUs, and the 2020 impact fee increases, which I think are really misguided. And third, I would ask for an accounting of the cost of both staff and outside resources, if any, for pursuing this past strategy of repeatedly adopting only minimalist interpretations of new state housing laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And is that our final speaker?
Yes, I don't see any more raised hands.
Thank you so much. And we'll bring that back to the commission. And I just wanted to clarify, I believe staff wants votes on A, D, and H, and a us off. Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. And I think the idea I heard earlier is we'll go serially. So let's talk about A, get that done. Okay.
Yeah.
So I did want to thank staff and for the members of the public. The version of the redlined ordinance or revised ordinance that's in our staff report may have been confusing because there are a lot of underlines and crossouts there that actually nearly all of them relate back to recommendations we've already made. And so we don't have to, what our focus is tonight is on just the new changes that staff is recommending. And staff was kind enough yesterday to distribute another version of the ordinance that had Mr. Yang's identification of, this you recommended before, or this is responsive to HCD. So in other words, it's new. And it turns out there's only 4 new things. We're seeing 3 of them here, which is on packet page 60. Packet page 66 is where in our packet page this table is. And then there's one more on packet page 69, and I think that's it. There are a couple that are that we already recommended, but that happen to be responsive to new HCD concerns. So good for us. Yeah, so this is one on 69. So let's, starting with A. So I just wanted to kind of focus us there to the extent we're talking about actual language. So here we're talking about daylight plane, which is item A. And the question I had, so we're making some changes to the ordinance table to address HCD's concern. My question on this table is, and you can see the underline, so I understand why we crossed out the 8 feet and the 45 degrees. But then we've added in the first column, underlying zone standard per footnote 7. So if you scroll down to footnote 7, it has to do with height, which I understand why that's referenced in the height section below daylight plane, but I was wondering if that's the right, if that footnote was intended for that location. And if so, how is that different for the 900 square foot column than if you go over to the 500 square foot column where it says underlying zone standard, but doesn't include footnote 7?
Yeah, so it most likely should just include footnote 7 on the right-hand side as well. The way state law is written, and that's actually reflected in what's highlighted shown down here, is it created this additional standard for attached ADUs that didn't exist prior to 2023. And what it identified is what's written down here is you could have an attached ADU that's up to 25 feet in height, or the height limitation in that underlying zone district that applies to the primary dwelling unit. And so how staff is understanding that change is basically to say that you could have a 25-foot tall ADU, but as it relates to the standards that apply to the primary dwelling unit, our normal zoning ordinance has daylight planes related to how tall those things could be built as they get further away from the side or from the center of the property. And so I think I would say probably 7 should be extended at this point as well, as it's mostly just trying to mirror the same aspect as it relates to attached ADUs and junior ADUs, which are both attached units.
Okay. All right. So that's, yeah, that's very helpful. So if staff will note that moving forward. And so then if I'm understanding footnote 7, even though it doesn't specifically reference daylight planning, and I note that, you know, that's not even underlined, that's basically the way footnote 7 operates results in the daylight plane that HCD needs in order to have consistency with state law. Right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Mr. Schultz?
That's staff, not HCD staff.
Oh, but staff is responding to HCD's comments here.
Right. We're responding to HCD's comments about detached ADU daylight planes. They specifically didn't raise any issues in terms of attached ADU or junior ADU daylight planes.
Got it.
Related to how they're defined by this new standard that the state adopted. And so that's where I was talking about this kind of added caveat of this highlight. I'll zoom in a little bit, might be very small to see. This added language of or the height limitation in the underlying zone district.
Right.
And in most cases, that's for R1 districts, for example, a daylight plane that starts at 10 feet and goes in at a 45-degree angle on the sides of the property.
Got it. All right. So the action to address HCD concerns, if we go back to the table, is really in the middle column. It's the NA, that change that now has NA, right? Because that's the detached. So that's where we were responding to. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm clear then and supportive of these changes to address item A. Thanks.
Any other comments on this one? I did have a question about footnotes also. It looks like on table 2 here at the bottom, square foot exemption when in conjunction with a single family home. It looks like in the attached, detached, and JADU columns, you're removing the reference to footnote 4, is that correct?
That might have been an error. I believe that should be the same, though I think perhaps what it was trying to show instead is rather than having 4 referenced in both, 4 is now referenced over on this left-hand side here.
Okay.
So it still is relevant to these 2 types of scenarios here.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, or we can actually take a motion on this one? I thought we were going to do them one at a time. Is that what you all prefer? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I will move staff that the PTC recommend to the city council. Staff recommended changes to the ordinances regarding subject A, daylight plane.
Second, do you have a second?
Second.
Oh, okay, thank you. Comments from the maker and the seconder?
No.
Okay, could we please conduct the vote?
Chair Suma,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. Unless I have any comments on B and C that people would like to make, I think we can go on to D, which is the next one we have to take a motion for. Commissioner Chang?
So my comment is, or question is regarding D. So nobody else has, okay. So I understand staff's concern about not wanting to create an unnecessary burden by using the word, by using the words suggested by HCD when feasible. But if this is a real preference that we have, and I don't know the full history of the preference, but if it is a real preference that we have, then can't we, is there a way for us to indicate our preference somewhere that doesn't create unnecessary burden for staff? I understand if we don't want to be arguing back and forth if we can't actually enforce it, but at the same time, if we, have guidelines that are preferred, and I feel like in other places in the code we've said things like when feasible, or I feel like we've given guidance before.
Yeah, and I would say that is correct. However, in those scenarios, they're more likely to be related to findings for approval for discretionary projects, where oftentimes those are intentionally kind of vague or obscure, so that staff has an ability to kind of interpret that as they need to. With ADUs in particular, a lot of the standards have been very focused on making standards objective and clear and simple. And by saying something is, applicable when it's feasible, while you may have the scenario that 90 to 99% of the people will say, okay, that's not too big of a deal for me. You may still have others who might say, I'm just not going to do it. And if we raise the issue that, well, we think this is feasible to do, it's harder for us to be able to say it's feasible without a clearer, more objective understanding of what that means. Where right now we don't have a definition, for example, of what that means.
So I really understand that. And I understand, I'm supportive of removing the language when feasible, but so first of all, could you maybe enlighten me on the history of this and where the desire to have this language came from?
Yeah, so I would say that the desire of where this kind of came from is when in 2017, ADU standards were significantly relaxed in Palo Alto. A lot of people started coming in, building attached ADUs and converting their garages. And in particular, what would happen is someone would have an attached front-facing garage where they convert it to an ADU, and you have your main entryway over on this side. And now you might try to put in a new entryway on the same street-facing side. That's for the second unit. Staff in the city at the time said, we don't think that's a good design choice because it creates a visual clutter and confusion as to where the entry to the building is. So our preference at that time was to divert it off to kind of either a side or even a rear property line or direct that entryway to another property line, either again to the left, right side, or front ways for maybe a corner lot even you can think of. From a design aesthetic perspective, again, it was trying to not overly clutter one space or confuse or visually confuse from just an initial read perspective, what that would look like. That's my understanding of how we approached it initially.
Okay, so that makes sense to me. And I understand that we can't enforce any such thing, but is there, given that we felt strongly enough about it to attempt to put it in our code, is there a place where we could make it as a suggestion, like a design, as a suggestion? Because I think many times people will follow a suggestion. And those who aren't going to, then you don't have to fight with them if it's not in our code as a regulation or as something using the when feasible language. So I guess I'm just trying to find, is there a way that we could get, the 90% of people who would probably go, oh yeah, that's a good point, to do that and to do what we were hoping for?
Could we? Yes, I guess I would maybe bring up a comparison of the Eichler design guidelines, which haven't really been used since they've been established about a couple, 4 or 5 years ago. So to my understanding, and I think Chief Planning Official Amy French can certainly talk probably a lot more about this, City Council didn't want to make that a requirement for development for Eichler standard, for Eichler homes or Eichler tracks. They wanted it as guidelines, and over the last 5 or 6 years since those have been adopted, I might have been asked once about that. And when I said, oh, it's a guideline, it's not a requirement, they're like, oh, okay, thanks. And kind of walked away from it. So
Thanks. And if it really is a good design principle, then you hope that the individuals, doing this to their own home, converting a garage into ADU will make the right decision on their own. So that's reasonable. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Commissioner Rectal and then to Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, I generally agree with what Commissioner Chang was saying. People by and large want their house to look nice. So I don't think we have to micromanage the aesthetics. I think they will do their best to make their house look good. Basic question, ADUs, do they have a separate address from your house?
Yes.
And so you could put the street number or whatever above each door and people would know where to go?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm thinking entirely similarly to Vice Chair Chang. I agree that the design feature is desirable for people to know about. One of the reasons I like having it in the ordinance is it people read that and they start thinking about that as part of their design. I also understand the HCD's concern, but along the lines that Vice Chair Chang was saying, I think, well, let me just throw out the possibility that we don't take out this language, but instead we add that it shall be encouraged but not required. So that way it's here in print so people can think about it and might realize, hey, this is a good idea for my design, but they can see they don't have to do it. And then as this travels whatever route through approvals, it's also city staff and the ARB, if the ARB looks at it, also sees this language is not required. So they don't punish people for not doing it. It's just, so anyway, that was my thought is keep the language, but add that. It's not the feasibility language. That's not vague. We say it's encouraged but not required, then it's clear you don't have to do it, but you should think about it because it's a good idea.
Commissioner Rupavar?
Thank you. I actually, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I actually am ambivalent. I don't think we should require it. I think it's going to cause a lot of churn. But my question, I had two, but one I can remember now, is the addresses, they have to be at the front of the house, right? Like the front of the ADU, even if the ADU's door is like in the back for the mailman to be able to deliver. Is that accurate? I know San Jose does that. I was wondering if Palo Alto does the same thing.
I believe so. The purpose, of course, is to make it easy for emergency services to be able to access.
Yeah.
But I would be surprised if, for a detached unit at least, that number would be at the front. It might still be on that unit if it's tucked in the back, for example. But they might have some system or map system that brings them to the same property, but would divert to the unit in the back rather than the one at the front.
Okay. I mean, I get why for aesthetic purposes, maybe we don't want two doors in the front. I think design is ARB's purview. Therefore, like, it's not really my fight. I think it's like whoever sets the design standards and what good should look like, and the architects. So that's my view on that. And then the second issue is I actually think it's more practical to allow people to have that door in the front, especially if you're renting it out for emergency services, for mailman, for all these different reasons. Like, it makes more sense. And I know San Jose actually requires, even if the JDU is tucked in the back, to have the sign in the front for emergency purposes, or like a directional sign saying, here, mailman, you need to go to the back to be able to deliver it. Otherwise, they were running into issues with missed mail, and problems like that. So for those reasons, I think we should just leave it up to the applicant to figure out if they prefer an aesthetic or a practical approach, depending on their use of their JDU. Thank you.
I don't see any other lights. I'll add that I think Commissioner Heckman's solution is a good one. If there are no other comments, I will entertain a motion.
I was curious about some staff feedback on that before we have a motion.
Yeah, I was actually going to raise a question just to the PTC in general. From at least just initially from what I'm hearing in terms of expressing that forward to the council and presumably maybe receiving the same feedback, expressing that to my colleagues, and training them on it. When it comes to saying something is applicable when feasible, I would probably say 7 out of 10 times that means we're not going to do it. Only in the sense of trying to, like I mentioned before, have that, I wouldn't say argument, but just have that conversation with the applicant, especially when it's something that's not required, is very challenging to do. And then to say, no, we really need to do this, especially in a scenario where we're doing we have a ministerial action, which focuses a lot on objective criteria. When we introduce a subjective criteria of something like when we think it's a good thing to go or happen, it just gets really difficult to really hold them accountable, and ourselves as well.
So the language encouraged but not required doesn't do any of that.
Right.
So I'm asking staff what they think about language along that line.
I think it's a good suggestion. Garrett, what did you think about that one? Since it's not putting into the hands of staff to make a decision. It's just advisory.
Yeah, I would say that it's probably equivalent to saying when feasible. From a practical standpoint, it's equivalent. Which, if that's the case, it just might be something that when we do our plan checks and reviews, we won't, as you note, Commissioner Heckman, we won't comment it as a requirement.
Oh, okay.
It's just not, and I think what I like about it is it's not saying to staff, help them figure out if it's feasible.
Right, it's
I
not.
like not having to have staff be in that role.
Right. I'm intending to take feasibility out of it because this language, it can be totally feasible, but I don't want to do it. And that's okay. Right? It shall be encouraged but not required. So, all right. So shall I make a motion?
I see that Commissioner Templeton would like to speak, so we'll do that first. Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to weigh in that I don't think we need to have language in there that is meaningless. And we're just going to have to go back in the future and change it out. So that's fine with me. And I would also say that it's strange that we're doing this without any kind of input from emergency services or postal services, or all these people we've talked about might be affected by where the choice of door and entrance are. So, maybe before it goes to council, we could at least talk to our emergency services about it and see what they think. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner
I
Chang?
just wanted to respond to something that Commissioner Templeton said, which is, we're not requiring anything from, I guess the state has told us that we're not allowed to do what our code said. So if we're not requiring anything, and it shouldn't really have a bearing then with respect to emergency services, right?
Well, several people mentioned it tonight, and I just think it's interesting that there are implications of where the entryway is placed that we're not even discussing, and that the state is not discussing. So as an aside, in response to the comments that were brought up, it might, if that was something we knew anything about, if that has been studied, it would be worth sharing. It sounds like some other cities are taking that into consideration. So I just wanted to throw that out there as a
believe actually, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe you're required to put your house address on your house. I mean, it's a really dumb thing to do because emergency services can't find you. But I don't believe there's any city requirements regarding that. Is that correct?
I
I would
don't
think
know.
new homes would have to follow that, but I think existing homes. Yeah, building code. So if you're going through the building permit process for a new home, I think you do need to have an
Okay.
address, but existing homes not.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rekdal?
Question for staff. What's what's our interaction with public services, police and fire? When a new ordinance goes through, do you vet that with them? Is that standard practice? Or do they only get contacted on special occasions?
Probably in general, it will really just depend on if it's like really specifically related to something that they also deal with a lot. In this instance, when it comes to address assignment, there's a separate kind of very ministerial and small aspect of a permit that they need to file, or a property owner would need to file. But that doesn't even, I don't think that really even gets routed in terms of what might be typical for like a building permit. I think it just kind of gets handled a little bit more casually.
Okay, so our current ADU ordinance may not have been vetted with fire and police. Do we know?
No, in the sense of talking about address assignments or where the address should be
Or
placed. in the building.
this door issue?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from staff or the commission? If not, Commissioner Rupavar.
Thank you. Just one final comment from me. I do feel that in this instance with the entryway thing, like, as became clear, it hasn't been vetted by police or services or postal office. I think like aesthetics here is trumping practicality, considerations, health services, et cetera. I wouldn't be supportive of a motion that encouraged any sort of location for the entry doorway, et cetera, for that reason. But I would support not including the language and leaving it up to the applicant to also resolve the staff concerns that were raised as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there are no other lights or hands, I'll go ahead and take a motion.
So I will move that the PTC recommend to the city council regarding item D, entryways for ADUs, JDUs, that the language of subpart K1, the design subsection on packet page 69, be retained rather than removed, that first sentence, and the following language be added after except on corner lots in the comma. We would add, it shall be encouraged but not required that. And that's the end of that insertion. And then we continue in the sentence, the unit, and delete the word shall. So that the beginning of this, the first two lines would read, except on corner lots, it shall be encouraged but not required that the unit not have an entryway facing the same lot line, parens property line, as the entranceway to the main dwelling unit unless, and the sentence continues.
So I'm sharing my screen here. Maybe it might be easier for you to reference where you're.
Crossed out. So after the corner lots, right after the comma rather than before it, we'd add the language, it shall be encouraged but not required that.
Sorry, some freehanding right here. It shall be.
Pretty impressive. And then 2 words past that, you would eliminate the word shall, strike out shall. Yep.
I'll second that motion. Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion or your second?
I would just very briefly to address Commissioner Rupavar's concern. You know, what I'm looking at is that the ordinance is already here. And it already requires you to not have your second entrance on the same face as your front entrance. And that was adopted by previous councils, based on recommendations from previous PTCs. And I think that would have been the time that I hope that emergency services and whatnot would have been consulted if that was an issue. Here, what we're doing is we're just softening that so that it's not a requirement. It was a requirement until the council says otherwise, but it will no longer be a requirement if they follow our recommendation. Just something that's out front there for them to think about. So anyway, that's what I share the concern, but I'm wanting to trust that our government looked at that back when they made this a requirement.
Okay, I guess we can go ahead and have a vote on that.
Do we do any comments?
Sorry, Commissioner Templeton, I didn't see you.
Oh, thank you. So I would still like to hear from the maker, the justification for the PTC making this recommendation. It just feels very, well, I mean, it's the design section, it feels very out of scope, but it also, I thought staff said that none of this was vetted with the emergency services. So, I mean, I get that we want to trust it, but we asked and they said no.
Go ahead. Okay. Well, I'm not wanting to make design decisions, but because it is out of our purview, I also don't want to strike it. I don't know what the full context was for why we had that. And so what I'm trying to do is, in supporting Commissioner Heckman's motion, is to meet the requirements that HCD has placed upon us while also honoring whatever the intent was in the past. So, but if we would like to insert like some advice that maybe staff should run this little question by emergency services, I think that would make sense.
Commissioner Heckman, did you want to say something else?
Well, no, again, it's already, I guess it's a requirement. And so while I guess the question would be to emergency services, do you have any problem with softening this requirement? Or should we eliminate it entirely? I suppose, that's one way that you could look at that, is the HCD has commented negatively on this as a requirement. So we've got to do something to it. And if emergency services felt strongly that it's a bad idea to even encourage it, then maybe we should get rid of it, even though our design preference may be different. So I've got, I think it would be useful if as this traveled to council, emergency services were consulted. So I'm agreeing with Commissioner Templeton.
Commissioner Rupavar. Okay.
I would be open. I agree with Commissioner Templeton around like inserting some sort of language around running this by emergency services. And I view this as, we put in the requirement, HCD said, no, you can't do this. If you kind of want to do it, we'll let you sort of do it if you put in feasible, and therefore it's not really a requirement. That's how I view or interpret HCD's guidance here. And there's something else that I forgot. Commissioner Templeton was there. Oh, this is my question. I like to staff. This seems really out of scope for us. Did we make this I don't remember it. Maybe I missed the meeting. We made the recommendation around design and to put the entryway here, or was it ARB or someone else? We did it. PTC did this design recommendation.
Yeah. This was incorporated in the 2017 ordinance. So it would have gone to the PTC at least. I wasn't a part of that ordinance update, so I don't know offhand if they went to the ARB to ask that question. In general, as it relates to emergency services, the building code and fire code primarily focus about ingress and egress to these buildings. So whether the address is at the front of the building or at the back of the building, I think they certainly will go where they can. But they're, as it relates to kind of looking at it from a building plan check standpoint, a lot of times their focus is on how people can enter and exit that unit and make sure that they have proper paths of travel to it.
And postal services. Okay, so this was inserted in 2017, in the 2017 ordinance. And the reason we don't remember it is it wasn't, for example, during my term or Commissioner Templeton's term or, you know, any of our terms. And what you just said is you're not clear if it was PTC or ARB or somebody else who inserted it. Is that what?
Not off the top of my head. I don't know if that original ordinance.
Okay,
in
so
2017
that makes
went to the
sense
ARB
now,
at
because
all.
I was like, I do not remember putting this in. This is like, is
No,
out
this-
of our scope.
Yeah, this
Thank
was
you.
carried forward from that original ordinance.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Templeton, I interrupted you. Were you going to say something?
No, I was just going to say what you said about the term. So it's before our time.
Okay, if there are no other comments, we can go ahead and call the vote.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal,
Yes.
Commissioner Rupavar,
No.
Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
No.
motion carries 4-2.
Thank you. And now I think if it's agreeable to everyone, I think we should go to item H, which we also have to vote on. And then the last three items will be a straw poll to give staff.
Chair,
Yes.
may I just briefly say what my no vote was for?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please do, both of you.
Sure, thank you. So my no vote was just because I think this particular one is not a PTC question. We also discussed that it wasn't properly vetted. Those are the reasons I voted no. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to speak to your no vote, Commissioner Rupavar?
Same concerns. This one doesn't seem to have been a PTC decision, and it wasn't properly vetted. Thank you.
Thank you. So would you like to do H, colleagues, next, or, okay. So let's go to item H, which is the affordable housing question.
Packet page 59. Packet page 59.
Yes, it starts at the bottom of packet page 59. Do I have any questions or thoughts? I see that Commissioner Chang.
Yes, so my thoughts on this is that program, but we're essentially being told by an administrator who knows a lot about it that it's really not feasible. And so I think, I know that City Council had asked us to consider, had asked PTC to consider an affordable ADU program, but we're basically being told there's no way to do it, to actually execute on it. So I think I would just say that we stop working on that, given the barriers that are suggested by Alta Housing.
Is that a motion? If so, I second.
It's not a motion, but that was my comment. I'll let other people, I'd be happy to make the motion in a moment, but I want to see if there's any other comments.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yeah, I agree. It's disappointing because I think some version of this could be beneficial, but we're learning from the experts that this model that we can see really is not going to work in reality. And so I think we should not spend further time on it.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, I agree. I'm disappointed. I think it was a pilot. I think we could have learned something, but if they say it's not going to work, I don't think we should waste their time.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. Yeah, I am not surprised about this, and I agree with our conclusion here that we shouldn't continue with it. That doesn't mean we shouldn't find other creative ways to understand affordable housing And that includes some of the concerns that were brought up when we were debating this the first time around, which was, what if, I allow my elderly parent to live in a space on my property? Is that affordable housing? In a way, it's not, deed restricted, but we have to really understand what the needs are and how we can actually make it happen. So I think while I do think we should agree to discontinue this program, we should also explore other ways to understand and measure affordable housing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will say that, our hope is that this is sort of naturally affordable housing anyway. And I agree with my colleagues that the experts don't really think this is going to work. And that seems right to me. That being said, I do think, though we have an unprecedented level, as staff says, of affordable housing projects, which is very hopeful in the city. I mean, we can never have enough really to accommodate all the people that need it. So that being said, unless there are other comments, I will go ahead and take a motion.
All right, I will move that we discontinue work on the pilot affordable ADU program because the housing administrator has said that it is unfeasible for a number of reasons, although we are all disappointed and believe that there should be much more affordable housing in the city.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion or second?
Well, I was kind of speaking to it at the end after because.
Okay, then if there are no other comments and I don't see any hands, we can go ahead and call the vote.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Rupavar,
Yes.
Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
Thank you so much. And that, now we will go back to item F, which is on packet page 56, conversion relocation of uncovered parking stalls. And this is to remove a two-step process. And if staff can just confirm that the outcome could be achieved, and what we're trying to do is simplify, regardless of whether we make these changes, and what the changes do is simplify the process to not require a two-step process, saving time and money.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And so I see Commissioner Chang's light.
I am fully supportive of removing all two-step processes. So I'm happy to make a motion. But
Yeah. And just a point of clarification, there isn't any language in the draft ordinance yet. So what we would do is just make a motion to have staff provide draft language at the next hearing.
Would someone like to make that motion?
One thing that I think is important. One thing that I think is important is when we did the garage conversion, that the driveway still be allowed, even if it's in the setback, to be parking spaces. And so whatever language you have for this should echo what we did for the garages. Because I think if you lose the parking spots that are outside the setback, inside the setback still would be a better way of than pushing them on the street.
Yeah, here, let me just share my screen again real quick. So this is the draft language that we have related to parking. Specifically, what we would be doing is where we have 1 and 2, primarily 2, we had adopted in 2020 language to allow JD, junior ADUs to be converted from an existing garage, and those spaces can be replaced within the front yard setback or a street side setback. That's what you see kind of here in A and B. So we would be mirroring something like that as well in this instance for uncovered spaces that are expanded into for an ADU or JADU.
Okay, very good.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah. Do we really need a motion and vote on this, or just to have staff here that a consensus of us are interested in staff coming back with language in the draft ordinance following this approach?
My understanding was that was what staff needed, the latter, not an emotion, but rather to hear that in general, if there was support or concerns.
Okay, so I would support staff coming back with some draft language.
And I would too. Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. My only comment here is that it's a bit of a stretch to assume that garages are used for cars. I don't know anybody who parks their car in their garage in Palo Alto, although I'm sure it does happen. But there's just a plethora of people that use it for storage. So when I read the language that you had up there, it was all like, covered parking and parking and parking and parking and replacement parking. Well, just keep in mind that some of that it's not replacement parking. And that language implies that garages are only used for parking, which is not true. So I don't know if there's any need to change that. I just wanted to throw that out there, that it's was my reaction reading that text.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing, and I hope staff is hearing, is in general, we support what you're suggesting. Look forward to you bringing back the precise language. And unless there are other comments on this one, we can move on to G, which starts at the bottom of packet page 57. And this is about the privacy issues. Comments? Commissioner Rekdal?
Yeah, I certainly think this is an area that I would support, especially the fact that ADUs can be 4 feet from the fence. I think that any window that's facing that should, if it's above the fence line, should be frosted and not. Neighbors have a big window looking down into their house and they feel like they're always being watched. So it's fine, you can have windows, you can have even face those windows towards the fence. But if they're above the fence line, then they should be frosted.
Not sure who was first, Commissioner Chang.
I also, thank you, Chair. I also agree with Commissioner Rekdal that the windows above the fence line should be frosted, but I think he said that they shouldn't be openable or not operable. And for that, I actually would like it if there are some way that we can allow them to be, there's certain types of windows where you can open them a little bit and at least there's airflow, but not the traditional sideways sliding window.
Commissioner Heckman and then Commissioner Templeton.
Ghost light.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. This might be just for staff to clarify, but I have a window in a room in my house that is above 12 feet, and I can look out it and see the tops of my trees. I don't see into my neighbors' houses. What would this ordinance change mean for that kind of use case? Would I have to frost it?
Right. So if the PTC wanted to establish a height limit, for example, for when these privacy measures apply, the easiest way to do that might be, and the most practical way for staff to easily implement it would be to say there is a certain height to where either the window that goes beyond this or any full part of a window that's beyond it needs to have obscured glazing. Which basically just kind of disrupts the ability when the window is closed for anyone to just see full, complete images of individuals. Blurry would be what you'd be experiencing instead, and vice versa.
But why would I want the city to tell me that I have to frost my glass if I want to look up at the trees? I don't understand that.
So again, it would just be focusing on any sort of scenario where you don't have any sort of trees that might be existing that would prevent any sort of use towards any properties. So
Where is that in the language?
like I said, this item as well doesn't have any draft
Oh, it's not,
language.
I see,
Right,
okay.
it's not there currently, so if PTC wants to, for example, as I mentioned before, say, 10 feet is a magic number or a cutoff, where we want anything that's at or above 10 feet to use obscured glazing, that would be something that could be recommended, and staff would come back and say, here's this line item where this would be a requirement.
My opinion on this is probably best handled between neighbors and not as a regulation from the city. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
So we don't have any language in front of us. And while I'm hesitant to layer more neighbor control over what I build on my property, I am open to at least seeing some language. And so if there's an interest in encouraging staff to come back with some language that we can look at, because I think for me, that's really helpful to be able to see it in black and white. And then I can really wrestle with it more clearly. Right now, it's all kind of vague for me. Well, what would we do, kind of thing. So that's where I'm at. Is I don't know that I'll be supportive eventually, but I'm open to looking at some language.
Yeah, and just for reference, in that draft ordinance that was annotated, items A and B were what were previously discussed to get some additional clarity and recommended by the PTC, where we were primarily just trying to better distinguish that is when privacy measures apply. So things like utilizing obscured glazing would be applicable when there's an actual floor level. And the example provided in the staff report was a tall structure that didn't have a second floor level, and then also didn't fall within the bounds of the table 2 units, where staff didn't have the ability to apply these privacy measures whatsoever. So that was the point of kind of bringing it back to say, in the previous discussion, there was some thought around establishing, rather than a floor level, a height limit to where privacy should be applied on a building. And if that was something that was still the PTC was interested in, we can come back on the 8th, on March 8th, to further define what that is.
Thank you for that. And then Commissioner Rekdal and then Commissioner Rupuvar.
Commissioner Templin brings up a good point. If the window is high on my wall and I'm looking up, and I'm not going to be looking down into my neighbors, and so that to me is less problematic. The problem that my neighbor had is that when she's standing in the kitchen, the next house next to her has a higher floor, so they can stand in their kitchen, look down right at her, and it's right over the fence. And so that's where it would be problematic to have windows above the fence when the floor is high enough that it's eye level to the other house. So I don't know if we want to, well, think about this. This is something, because you have both the height of the fence, but also the height of the window within the house, and whether that's going to be a privacy concern or not.
Commissioner Rupuvar?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd be open to language, but Commissioner Templeton raises a really good point. I just want to caution us around like getting too subjective. I think that I heard something out there. Well, if there's trees, then it's okay in front of Commissioner Templeton. Anyway, I just want to be cautious about that. And second, I wanted to ask Mr. Sauls, have we seen, like, has HCD provided any sort of guidance on this that you're aware of, even to other cities? Because I haven't, or have you seen this in like these types of glazing requirements in any other cities in California? I'll tell you, I did like a full assessment as part of something I did, and I didn't see this in others. I just don't want to set us up for something where the HCD is then going to come back and be like, we have a problem with this, and we're going back and forth. And I think somebody raised, I think it was a public commenter, wasting money on things that HCD is going to slap our hand on anyway. So that's why I was like, is there any sort of precedent, or is there any other instance where the HCD has been like open to something like this before we go down the exercise of putting together language, putting it before us? arguing about it, like putting it up and then being told, don't do this. This creates a barrier to.
Yeah, so
Right,
HCD
solution.
hasn't commented on this aspect of our ordinance in the last 2 reviews that they provided. The last one where they more extensively identified items that they felt were issues. In terms of precedent within the city's own ordinance, this is mirroring policies and approaches we take for our individual review applications. So the most objective being application of obscured glazing on a window versus requiring screening landscaping, for example, trees, right?
Right, the JDUs and ADUs are different, right? Because they're more ministerial and they're now managed by the state. So I want to like distinguish between what we
Yes,
do for the
depending
regular and
on-
this.
Depending
Yeah, and
on
then you
table
also,
1 and table 2 units, yes.
yeah, you said HCD hasn't commented on this. Have you guys put it before them? Like I wasn't aware that this,
The entire ordinance was in front of them, yes. So
but
when we
this
submitted
idea
this,
around glazing?
yes, when we submitted this to HCD, this policy, other than the minor edits that you just saw in the draft document I showed you, that policy effectively was already in place or was adopted in 2020. So it's not an entirely new program to say, relative to that ordinance that we adopted in 2020, to say, now we're really trying to change things a lot. It's just more a matter of, do we want to more clearly define when we think privacy, think that that's something that we should do. That's also direction to staff.
So the privacy measures, I mean, that changes my opinion. The privacy measures that we're debating right now and you guys are putting language together on, HCD's already seen and had no issues with.
Correct. Sorry, excuse me. Language, we haven't presented any language to them in terms of what we're talking about tonight. In terms of, should we say 8 feet or 10 feet or 12 feet is the height limit for when you need to put in obscured glazing. What our code currently provides and requires is that when you create a second floor level with an ADU, you would need to incorporate obscured glazing on those windows that face towards an adjacent property.
Okay, so on the level thing, but not on this, like the height thing.
Correct.
The
So right now,
first floor
this-
height thing,
Yeah.
Carrie's house. Okay, that's helpful.
And Garrett, could you specify if we're talking about where there's an ADU at the 4-foot setback? I mean, we're not talking about something that's 20 feet back, right?
It wouldn't be respected. It wouldn't. The way our ordinance is structured right now, it's irrespective of how close or far away from the property line it is.
Commissioner Chang?
Well, my concern is that the resistance to ADUs, I think from neighbors, right? And now they don't have much of a choice, but it's primarily privacy. And I understand that in theory, to leave it up to the neighbors is a good idea, but that's not really how things work all the time. And if I'm living there and my privacy is being impacted, as I just saw this weekend, because the ADUs are new. So we just haven't thought about all the scenarios. And so I was just visiting somebody's house and they were building an ADU and it's going to be great for them. I'm so happy for them. But because the floodplain things are actually changing because of the likelihood of flooding, their house, or the ADU, has to be built higher than their house does, and also higher than the neighbor's house. And so as a result, because it's right up against the 4 feet, there's a situation where if they put a window on that side, I don't know if they have it, but you'd be looking into somebody else's house. And so I think just to make it more livable for all, if staff is aware of situations like this, I think it would be a good idea. That said, I think Commissioner Templeton's point about if I'm looking up at the trees, that's not a concern, right? That also makes sense to me. We want to let in natural light and see the trees and not have it frosted. But I don't really want to see inside my neighbor's house accidentally, right? And I don't want my tenant to, or my grandma or whatever, and they don't want me looking in. So to the extent that staff has ideas about how to solve this problem, particularly given how new ADUs are, and I would like to see, I'd like to see a stab at this.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other lights. And I will say that I also approve this, and I think it's pretty standard. As staff mentioned, we already have privacy standards in our individual review. And there are some on page 69 and 70 of the proposed code for egress situations. And so I think that this is a very common thing, and I think it will have the benefits. Commissioner Chang thinks that making people get along better in more crowded situations. Does staff feel like they have enough direction?
I think so. Just in terms of only getting further clarification, I don't know if it's worthwhile to ask if there's a clear delineation that we should look at when it comes to writing how tall or where this privacy should be applying. So in the example I gave before, should we be looking at 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet, if we want to make a, objective standard at where this should be applicable?
And I would add to that a finished floor level. I heard that very clearly, and I'm aware of the code enforcement cases that I get called out on where finished floor matters. And these are all things that we could bring back to you with variations.
I think it would be hard for me, I don't know how my colleagues feel right now, on the fly to sort of figure out the standards. I would think that staff might be able to do that based on their knowledge and working with privacy issues already, unless somebody has a clear idea of specific heights. I think I would rather let staff come back to us with their best idea.
Yeah, I don't have a particular anything that weigh in on that point, but I do think that whatever that height is, when you get to that height, that opaque windows are not really the only option. Commissioner Rectal mentioned height of the window can be important. In my bedroom, which is on the second floor, I have a small window that I think starts, as I think about it, it's either 5 feet or 5.5 feet maybe from finished floor, right? So I can look out that window. I can see trees. I cannot see my neighbor's one-story house next to me, unless I step on a stool, I guess, and look down. And so there's a relationship there. Now, if my neighbor had a 2-story, maybe I'd be looking, but they could be looking at me too. And that's kind of a different issue. I think what we're really focused on here is this taller, because we're talking about ADUs, taller ADUs looking down on primarily on single-story, single-family homes next to them. And so I think that's something I'd like staff to think about is whatever height you pick, think about in terms of options of opaque or a window that doesn't let you look in a downward direction for a normal sized human.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a little worried about reinventing the wheel here, I guess. If we already have privacy regulations for any other kind of house, why are we redoing them specifically for ADUs?
Is that a question for staff?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think as many of the commissioners were noting, ADUs are pretty different compared to single family homes in terms of where they can be located.
Well, I don't think they're different in terms of having second stories next door that can look into your house.
I think
So I'm just talking specifically about privacy.
Yeah, and that's, I think, also interrelated to their reduced setback standards, as well as now they're potentially allowed increased height allowances. So previously there was a 16-foot height limit where, from our understanding, you couldn't build a 2-story home or 2-story unit in a 16-foot tall structure. Now there's the possibility that there's an 18-foot tall ADU that's detached, or a 20-foot tall ADU, detached ADU that could be at that 4-foot side and rear setback.
Sorry to interrupt. That's beside the point. The point is, if the structure being built on an adjacent property can look into the adjacent property, like the privacy concerns are the same. I will say that properties in my neighborhood that have been redeveloped to have a second story straight up are not covering their double French door balconies, with frosted glass. They look right into my neighbor's yard, right? Like it's not, why should a smaller unit have different rules on privacy? Not talking about setbacks and all the other things, but if you can see into your neighbor's yard, I think the same rules should apply. And I guess I'm just trying to figure out why we're having some kind of second standard for the smaller unit.
Yeah. So I think, again, every unit is, every circumstance is unique, right? And we're trying to envision a policy that's applicable to everywhere within the city, where people have varied opinions on what is impactful to them and what isn't. It's not to say, that what someone else is able to do right now should kind of be something that you should be able to do towards them or anything like that. I don't think that's your perspective or what you're trying to suggest there either.
No, I'm just saying we shouldn't necessarily have an ADU privacy and any other kind of home privacy. We should have privacy standards that are universal. And I think if we do already have privacy standards for homes, why are we redoing them here for ADUs? And so you don't have to answer that, but that's my my pushback on this item, because it doesn't seem to be necessary.
Sure. I would only say that our standards right now more reflect what I think you're interested in.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Chang?
So I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Templeton's question about why it's different. And I believe it's different because of the nature of the setback. In other words, if you're very close to your neighbor's house, as opposed to looking at something from the middle of the lot and looking at it from 4 feet from their lot, it creates a different situation. Like my kitchen window looks right, if the fence weren't there, it looks right into my neighbor's kitchen window. And if it's a little bit higher and even closer, then just like with daylight plane affects the light, there's also the visual plane. And so that's why I think it makes a difference, because of the 4 feet.
Just to respond to that, my kitchen window looks into my neighbor's window and there is a fence there, and neither of us are living in ADUs. And so I'd like to know why an ADU would have a different standard of privacy than our single family home. And I feel like I'm pretty darn close to my neighbor here. Certainly not 4 feet, but probably, 12. And that's close enough. I mean, we literally can see each other. So the scenarios that we're describing about how it's different isn't really that different. We are looking right at each other. And I think I love the idea of having privacy standards for our city and being consistent about it, because I think it faces many structures, not just ADUs. Thanks.
I would say that I don't think the standards are different. I think the intention of the standard is to protect as well as we can as our city develops unwanted situations where people are looking into other people's yard. I think the standards are the same. I think they might need to be looked at carefully with regards to, as Commissioner Chang said, setbacks. That being said, Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, I before Commissioner Templeton raised this issue, I had been thinking the reason we're talking about it is because ADUs can be 4 feet away, other structures can't be. And we didn't design our privacy measures applicable to most homes with a 4-foot setback in mind, because everybody else has a bigger setback. But for example, earlier tonight, we heard an item from an RMD zone where the interior side yard setback is 6 feet. Right, that's the required setback. And I think, people in the RMD neighborhoods have just as much privacy concern and just as much right to protection of privacy. And so when you're thinking about, and I don't know what the setbacks on my house are. I think they're maybe 10 feet. At least it could be 6. Right? Yeah. So why would we have special rules for a delta from 6 feet to 4 feet? So, you would need something pretty compelling, I think, to justify that. Tonight, though, I'm just sort of, rather than putting the kibosh on the dialogue, interested in supporting whatever commissioners might want to see some language. I think Commissioner Templeton's point is really, really right, that we should avoid having different rules for different circumstances unless there's a real difference between the circumstances. And I'm not sure the difference between 4 feet and 6 feet is a big enough difference to compel its own set of rules.
Thank you. Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, I mean, my neighbor that had the problem, that was between 2 single-family houses, so it isn't just ADUs. But I would say, we should say, what's the best way to tackle this? And if we think we have good ideas, we could roll it into the general code. But I do agree, making one set of rules for ADUs and one for houses doesn't seem quite right.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I think the standard is to protect people's privacy and not to pick on a house because of its size. And I think the IR standards on this are actually just guidelines, not law rules. So they aren't very strong. And that's why, and I have seen many times in my experience here in City Hall, where people are really upset because the guidelines aren't enforceable. So I think I appreciate that staff is trying to make a rule here instead of just a guideline. So I'm looking forward to seeing what staff comes back with. If there's no other comments, I'll just ask staff if they think they have enough feedback from us.
I think so. Just clarifying that the PTC in general does want to see some draft language. Or
Yes,
not.
I do think that's, yes.
Okay.
So since there are no other comments or lights on, I think we will move to our last item, which is I, which is a new item that staff brought up about basements for the primary home being allowed under attached ADUs or JADUs, but only used by the primary home. So would anybody like to comment on this item? I will then. I don't see any hands. Oh, okay. I don't know who went first. Commissioner Chang.
I like the idea. So it sounds like what staff has found is sort of a loophole where people can end up with a bigger primary home. And I think our goal is to actually make ADUs more livable. And so that bonus square footage should really be for the ADU and not for the primary home. And so I would support seeing the changes that staff is thinking about.
Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, frankly, I'm having a little difficulty reacting to something that, wasn't in the staff report and just presented here visually. And for that reason alone, I would tell staff, take your best shot at what you think you want to recommend, you want the PTC to recommend, and bring it back to us on the 8th, and let's take a look at it.
Understood. Yeah, and we apologize. It was a matter of, everyone was off Monday and this became an issue on Tuesday. So we were just trying to bring it up to your attention as best as we could without, understanding we'll actually need to write a staff report and put that in. We'll certainly do that.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. I guess my opinion on this is what is more likely to get the ADU built? And I don't know that we know the answer, but if having bonus basement, whatever, makes somebody more likely to build it, great. And if having a bigger square footage for their ADU makes them more likely to build it, great. I'm not sure I feel the need to prescribe it. That might be on a case-by-case basis. But if the city thought there was some interest that the city has in how that plays out, I think we should lean toward whatever's more likely to get them built. Thanks.
Comments? I actually would like to see it come back. And I sort of worry that because this would be for attached ADUs and JADUs, that it would incentivize larger basements, which not everybody agrees is very good for the environment. And we don't have any control of whether or not people are actually using those attached ADUs and JADUs as for additional units, or whether they're just connecting them to their houses. And this seems like it might encourage that. So I would like to see language on that. And I would also like to thank staff very much for, throughout this whole confusing kind of ADU process, being very responsive quickly back to HCD and then waiting for quite some time for them to respond back to us. I think that staff did a really good job of handling that over the last couple of years, and making our responses quick, and then waiting a long time hasn't been easy, and it's made a sort of a funny timeline and a difficult process for staff to respond quickly and get it to, PTC before council and all these kinds of things. So I really appreciate staff's work on this whole ADU process. And I think if that's enough feedback for staff, that item would be complete, item I.
Correct.
So we would want to have a motion to continue the 1809 changes that we were just talking about. We've already advertised for the March 8th meeting for the 1810 and 1812 changes, which is the language we would bring about the basements.
So moved.
I think you have to make the motion.
Do I have to?
Yes.
It's late. I would like to move that we continue the changes to 1810 and to 1812 to a date. Wait, which one?
Sorry, 1809.
1809 and 18.
You don't have to continue the 1810 and 1812, just.
Okay, so 1809 I would like to move to continue 1809 to a date certain on March 8th.
Yes.
Second.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion? Your second? Okay, then if we can just conduct the vote, please.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yep.
Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
Thank you so much. We have no minutes to approve, so we can move right on to commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future meetings and agendas. Commissioner Chang?
So I just wanted to put a bee in the rest of our commissioners' bonnets regarding, we're going to need to work on a work plan and also a retreat, potentially, if we want so we have to think about how to do that. And I know that Ms. French had talked about potentially canceling a meeting, but I'm just worried that we're going to lose time on some of these things that we need to get done. So that's just a thought. And then secondly, wanted to ask if in an upcoming meeting that we could hear back from staff. Nobody from transportation was here today regarding the accidents at Lincoln and Middlefield that I've seen public comments about.
We'll ask them to attend March 8th.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes, thank you so much, Vice Chair Chang, for bringing this up. I am deeply troubled by the accidents that continue to occur in our city, and I know you are as well. I have brought this up before, and if we are going to ask transportation staff to join us at our next meeting, I would like to add this to the list. Caltrans is planning to repave El Camino Real in northern Santa Clara County. And we, as far as I know, as far as I've been informed by our staff, do not have a plan of any kind for how to do that with any kind of safety improvements. I know that Mountain View and Los Altos has a plan that they're working with Caltrans on and that will be implemented, and it will address safety concerns that resulted in children's deaths on El Camino. I don't know if we'll be addressing safety concerns that in areas that have resulted in children's deaths and other collisions on El Camino in Palo Alto. And I'm deeply troubled by it. So I would encourage our transportation staff to provide us an update about how they're interfacing with Caltrans to improve safety as part of that repaving project. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Oh, I see that Commissioner Chang, is that a legacy? Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, about the retreat. Like Parks and Rec have their retreat on either a Friday morning or on the weekend. And it gives it a much different feel than it's just another meeting. And I like that. Sometimes we go up to Foothills Park, and that's a nice change. Sometimes we go over to Mitchell Park Community Center. But just getting out of the city hall and getting at a different time, I think is a benefit. But are people supportive of that, or do they weekday evenings work out better?
This might be a question for after the vacancies are filled.
What is the date for the retreat? It's going to be after the.
We haven't set a date.
Okay.
But I just know that from last year, things kind of got crunched. And, we had a lot of meetings at the end of the year because we're not doing our work earlier. And so I just wanted to think about that.
Okay.
And I like in theory the idea of a different time, but we have to make sure it works for everybody's calendars. And if we were thinking about canceling potential meetings in the future, we can try and put, if it's time that we've already blocked out on our calendar, we could be efficient about it too.
Staff would send out a doodle poll with like 10 different dates, and one of them finally would work. 9 would not, and 10 would finally be magic. So, okay, let's ponder and see if that'd be a plus or a minus to be offsite.
I'm happy to be offsite. And I also think we might want to wait for the new until, we have replacements we have new commissioners. So. Any other comments? I don't see any hands or lights, so I will adjourn this meeting and thank you all very, very much at 10:14.